Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of yet the latest mission from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and the inaugural flight of United Launch Alliance's Vulcan rocket. This mission also marks the kickoff of what is poised to become a historically busy year for the moon as a destination of multiple missions from around the world. I'm Will Robinson Smith. I'll be providing our commentary for the duration of this first certification flight for ULA's Vulcan rocket. We're broadcasting, as always, from the Spaceflight Now News Bureau here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. In the center of your screen, you're looking at Space Launch Complex 41, otherwise known as Slick 41. And for the first time, we have a fully assembled Vulcan rocket that is preparing for its first launch. This will also be the first flight of the main payload on board this Vulcan rocket, US-built commercial lunar lander that is heading toward the moon, scheduled for a lunar landing that's coming up on February 23rd. Liftoff is set for the start of a 45-minute window that opens at 2:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. For our viewers joining around the world, that's 0718 UTC. Before we go ahead and talk about our full coverage team that's going to be kicking things off with us, I want to go ahead and address a unique aspect of this particular mission. You see, we have two clocks that are running. On the top right-hand corner of your screen, you see the L- timeline. That is the timeline that will lead us down to the actual liftoff itself. On the historic countdown clock there on the bottom of our screen, you see the T- clock. The reason there's discrepancy is because at the T-7 minutes, there will be an hour-long planned hold that will come after the conclusion of the majority of propellant load as teams go through the final checkouts, getting ready for liftoff. We are now L minus 3 hours, 9 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. The T minus clock currently stands at T minus 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 13 seconds. Again, for those who are just joining us in the last couple of moments here, the difference between the L minus clock and the T minus clock that you see there in the live picture versus the graphic in the upper right hand corner of our screen. The L minus clock is the time between now and when liftoff is scheduled for. The T minus clock doesn't factor in the planned 60-minute hold that will come up at T minus 7 minutes. That's the final period during which ULA launch teams will do their final assessment of the vehicle, and they will come out of that hold, and the clock will start moving again when they're ready to enter into the terminal count. As mentioned, we do have our full team out for this historic mission for United Launch Alliance. This will be the first time ULA as a company is debuting a brand new rocket. Of course, they have the heritage Atlas V and Delta IV heavy vehicles. Their Vulcan rocket is intended to replace both of them and offer increased capabilities. ULA President and CEO Tori Bruno has described Vulcan as essentially an upgraded Atlas V rocket that can feature 0, 2, 4, or 6 solid rocket boosters. We'll have much more to say on the rocket itself, but let's talk about our team that's helping make this live coverage possible. Of course, our editor, Stephen Young, as always, running the technical aspects of our broadcast. Our photographers, Adam Bernstein, Michael Kane, both busy out in the field getting tons of angles for still photos of tonight's launch, working hard in the what is considered cold here in Florida. Our Adam Bernstein also manning the tracking cameras here at the press site. And if you're not already following them on social media, here are their handles on X. You can find Adam Bernstein at ABurnNYC and Michael Kane at MD Kane Jr. We're also being joined in the tracking coverage by our friends Pete Carsons at Max Q Productions and Chuck Briggs as well. Pulling double duty for the whole team today as we kick things off earlier this afternoon with a Falcon 9 launch from Space Launch Complex 40, also at the Cape. And now we are in full swing for coverage of ULA's Vulcan rocket. If you'd like to help support our coverage of the space program, there's a quick and easy way to do it. It's just hit the like button. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to the channel so you get notifications when new videos are posted. You have to ring that notification bell to do so. That way you don't miss any of our live streams either. You can also share the stream. It'll help more people find this live launch coverage and everything going on with our channel. And naturally, we can't do these broadcasts without the support of our wonderful channel members. So thanks to folks like Henry House, who joined recently with channel membership, supporting at the pad leader level. Henry and all of our channel members have access to 4K live streams of all the launches going off from the Cape, as well as discounts at our online shop, that is shop.spaceflightnow.com, where you have things like embroidered patches. You can also access our member-only videos. And as we have quite a bit of time between now and liftoff, we'd also love to bring your voice into the conversation. To do that, you can use the YouTube Super Chat feature. It not only helps support what we do here at Spaceflight Now, but also can add into the conversation. Assuming your comment is appropriate to be read on our show, we'd love to bring you into the chat. You could do like Natalie, Florida Eastern Standard Time, with a $5 super chat. Really appreciate that, Natalie, who says, "Here's to all of us staying awake for the love of space and science." Hear, hear. We're now L minus 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 50 seconds. We're at L minus 3 hours, 3 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. Update on the fueling of the Vulcan rocket. ULA says that liquid hydrogen ground chill is complete, and now the Centaur airborne chill down is starting. As ULA has been stepping through the fueling process, they've so far not described any issues that they've had with fueling either on the Vulcan booster or the Centaur 5 upper stage. So things seem to be on track for that on-time liftoff at the start of the 45-minute window. Again, that opens up at 2:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 0718 UTC. Now, this is a 45-minute window. However, that does not mean there's an overabundance of opportunities that ULA has to launch within that window. In fact, they have 6 instantaneous slots during which they can launch, the first of which is at 2:18 a.m. If they do need to pivot to a backup time, we'll be sure to update you on what the new L minus time becomes. Currently, we're just a little over 3 hours away from the planned departure, though. You're watching coverage of the historic first launch of ULA's Vulcan rocket. L minus 3 hours, 1 minute, 47 seconds and counting. I'd be remiss if we got much further in this countdown timeline before I made a point to thank our wonderful YouTube moderators that are hard at work in the live chat, making sure things stay kosher, answering some of the questions popping up in the chat. So appreciate folks like Dremwolf and Stephanie B. I see you guys out and active. Really appreciate you both and all of the team that helps make the live chat run smoothly. So thanks for staying up late and or getting up early to be with us as we are cruising on for the next 3 hours before the launch of Vulcan, coming up in the wee hours of Monday morning. We're now at L minus 3 hours and 30 seconds. Similar to an Atlas launch, there are 2 planned holds that are a part of the Vulcan countdown as we know it right now. The first occurred some time ago before the start of propellant load. That was a planned 30-minute hold. And again, the second is a 60-minute hold that will come up at T minus 7 minutes. So again, just to bring over the countdown clock here and the contrast again, the L minus time is the countdown to the actual liftoff of the Vulcan launch vehicle. The T minus time does not include the 60-minute planned hold. So just keep that discrepancy and the reason behind it in the back of your head, and we'll refer to both of them as we continue on through the count tonight. You'll notice on the historic countdown clock at the bottom of the screen, you see a graphic showing a rendering of Astrobotic's Peregrine lunar lander. This will be the first lander that is launching as a part of NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services, or CLPS program. It'll be our first venture back to the moon in more than 50 years. Part of the overall Artemis architecture. These robotic missions are important pathfinders, but also scientific missions in their own right, looking to explore various aspects of both the lunar surface itself, the composition thereof, the landing process, and of course, being the beginnings of what NASA and companies around the world hope to see as a burgeoning lunar economy, where it's not just nation states like the United States that are sending payloads and spacecraft to the moon's surface, but NASA, as is the case with this mission, can be a customer on board. There are 5 NASA payloads that are on the Peregrine lunar lander. We'll talk more about that as we get on through the count. But NASA only has 5 out of the 20 that are on board, so just to give you a sense of how commercial this mission is. NASA just one customer of many, and one of many countries that's on board. We also have a payload from Mexico, as well as things as diverse as representation of a K-pop group. You've got a robotic lander, or a robotic rover, I should say, from Carnegie Mellon University. And we'll talk much more about those as we get further on in the count tonight. We're at L-2 hours, 57 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. We're now L-2 hours, 55 minutes, 11 seconds and counting. As mentioned, ULA continues to be on track at this point in time for a launch of its Vulcan rocket at 2:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is not the only opportunity, though, that they have to potentially launch this mission. Because it is a mission headed to the moon, though, they are a little constrained by orbital mechanics here. But let's go ahead and talk about the launch opportunities that ULA does have, because they are varied on days and varied on lengths of the windows. And today is the longest that will exist. But before we do that, I want to give you a fueling update. L-2 hours, 54 minutes and 17 seconds. ULA says that Centaur liquid hydrogen loading has begun. They've completed the chill down of the hydrogen system on the Centaur 5, and prop load is now underway. So coming back to the launch windows, as mentioned, we are coming up on the first opportunity here, the Monday window, January 8th, which opens at 2:18 a.m. Eastern and will last 45 minutes. Within that 45 minutes, there are 6 instantaneous launch opportunities in that window. If for whatever reason none of those pans out, the next opportunity comes up tomorrow, January 9th, with a 9-minute window that opens at 12:15 a.m. Eastern. There are 7 chances to launch within that pocket. It's followed up on January 10th, just a 1-minute window that opens at 12:12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. However, within that 1-minute window, there are 2 launch slots. So making the most out of a very tiny pie there on a time front. And finally, there is January 11th as the last of this particular chunk of days, that 3-minute window that opens up at 12:14 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't know at this point in time exactly how many slots they have potentially to launch within that pocket. But if for whatever reason none of those pan out, for whatever reason that may be, the next chance they have to try to launch Vulcan is coming up on January 23rd. That launch window, TBD. The opening, also TBD. Hope to learn more about that. But again, likely won't hear more until or unless it becomes absolutely necessary. We're now at L minus 2 hours, 52 minutes, 10 seconds. That T minus countdown clock standing at 1 hour, 52 minutes, and 5 seconds. We're now L minus 2 hours, 50 minutes, 9 seconds and counting. Let's talk a little bit about the launch weather as we are heading into this early morning launch attempt of the Vulcan rocket. 45th Weather Squadron forecasts an 85% chance of favorable weather during this upcoming Monday launch window. The main concern that they're tracking is what's described as the thick cloud layers rule. If for whatever reason the launch needs to move to one of the backup opportunities, the weather does deteriorate significantly. The Tuesday launch window only has a 30% chance of favorable launch weather with ground winds, the cumulus cloud rule, and the thick cloud layers rule all coming into play. If they need to pivot to the Wednesday slot, which is the furthest out the launch weather forecast goes at this time, improves slightly over Tuesday's outlook with a 45% chance of good enough weather for launch, but it has all the same constraints from the previous day. The ground winds, the cumulus clouds, and the thick clouds are still factors on Wednesday. And of course, if it needs to go beyond that, future launch weather forecasts will be issued as needed. We're now at L minus 2 hours, 48 minutes, 50 seconds and counting. Fueling update to provide you with. ULA says their Centaur 5 liquid hydrogen tank is now 10% filled. And fueling has resumed on the Centaur 5 liquid oxygen tank. They had halted fueling on the LOX tank until they got a good percentage of the way into loading hydrogen onto the Centaur 5 upper stage. Not exactly a one-to-one, but a somewhat similar fueling process, if you recall, as with the SLS rocket, where they were balancing the loading of liquid hydrogen with liquid oxygen to make sure that they not exactly kept one-to-one pace, but that there was a balance as the two were being loaded onto the rocket. We're now L minus 2 hours, 46 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. Want to thank a few more folks for their support as we continue to step through the count. We have some new channel members I'd like to welcome. Pablo M is joining us at the pad leader level. Welcome aboard, Pablo. Carol also joining us, the channel membership at the pad leader level, as is Bruce Rollinson, again at the pad leader level. Really appreciate the three of you. And to those who weren't with us, as I described it before, our channel members have access to 4K live views of all the launches that go off from the Cape here, as well as access to our member-only videos here on YouTube and discounts at our online shop. That's shop.spaceflightnow.com. I want to thank one of our other channel members for their support, Butterfly, joining us again after being with us for the Starlink launch earlier this afternoon. Butterfly with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. They say, I grew up watching the Apollo missions on a black and white TV. In the original Star Trek, this launch brings it all full circle. And yes, this launch vehicle with the name Vulcan, I'm sure, and I haven't been closely watching the channel, though Michael Caine is joining the other moderators and keeping an eye on things. I'm sure there have been quite a few Star Trek references given the name of this mission. And also one of the payloads on board, because it's not just the Peregrine lunar lander that is sitting atop the rocket, that is inside the payload fairings, but a part of the Centaur 5 upper stage that will remain affixed to the Centaur 5 is a memorial flight from a company called Celestis. They offer opportunities for folks to send their part of the remains of a loved one to various destinations. One of those being the moon, which is called the Tranquility Flight, which is a part of the Peregrine lunar lander. That Tranquility Flight and the memorial markers on board. But on board the Centaur 5 is called the Enterprise Flight. It features a number of prominent folks, including some former presidents, but it gains its name in large part due to the fact that Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry and his wife, some of their ashes are memorialized on board the Enterprise flight, as are a couple of the cast members of the original Star Trek series, including Nichelle Nichols and the actor who played Scotty. We're now L minus 2 hours, 42 minutes, 38 seconds and counting. I want to thank a few more folks for their support this evening. Robert Allen, one of our channel members, with a $10 super chat. Really appreciate that support, Robert. And Marcus Gallegos joining us once again this evening with also a $10 super chat. Really appreciate that, Marcus. Thank you so much. And Marcus says, y'all are amazing. Keep up the great work. And chat, don't forget it's free to like, subscribe, share, and help support this wonderful channel. Well, thank you for the kind words, Marcus, and I will echo this sentiment. If you haven't already, a big way to help support this live coverage is quick and easy, just by hitting the like button. And yes, sharing the stream allows more people to find this live coverage. We're now at L minus 2 hours, 41 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. We're now L minus 2 hours, 41 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. In the category of it takes a village to make a live stream, want to acknowledge a comment behind Robert Allen's super chat donation just now. Said it was dedicated to one of our wonderful moderators, Astro Joe, and to send up to the other mods as well for their hard work. And as was the case with Marcus Gallegos' comment, I will also echo Robert's sentiment as well, that we have some fantastic moderators that help keep things flowing and kosher in the live chat, and we certainly couldn't do the high quality of live launch broadcasts that we do without their support, and we sincerely appreciate it. So thank you to the mods. Keep up the good work. Michael Calcaterra with a $10 super chat as well. Thank you so much, Michael. Michael says, I love this channel and really appreciate the work involved. Well, thank you so much for the kind words and for showing support for the work that we're doing. We've got a lot of it left to do in 2024. The year is young, and we're already kicking off with an historic debut launch of ULA's Vulcan rocket. Lots to talk about as we continue on for the next little over 2.5 hours before liftoff. We were just talking about the Celestis Memorial flight, that there are a pair of them on this mission. The Enterprise flight that will go into a heliocentric orbit around the sun, about the distance from the sun that Mars is away, is where the Centaur 5 upper stage will remain following this flight. But on board the Peregrine lunar lander is the Tranquility flight. And we have a very sweet super chat from Nicholas Olenek. Really appreciate the super chat, Nicholas, and for the kind words here and for letting us know this. He says, my brother's ashes are on the lunar lander. Christopher Michael Olenek on the Celestis Memorial space flight. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Nicholas. As many families around the country and possibly around the world are watching these memorial flights and are holding fond memories of their friends and family and loved ones who are on board and a part of this critically important mission, and an historic one at that, as Astrobotic is looking to become the first privately funded commercial lander to have a soft touchdown on the moon's surface, something that has been attempted twice previously, but not successfully. Astrobotic hoping to be among the first to reach the moon's surface safely as a commercial lander. So again, thank you, Nicholas, for letting us know about your brother. We're now L minus 2 hours, 37 minutes, 52 seconds to launch. We're now L minus 2 hours, 35 minutes, 19 seconds and counting. I want to thank Marcus Gallegos for gifting a Spaceflight Now membership. Really appreciate that generosity, Marcus. And for the person who received it, if you would go ahead and give Marcus a thank you in the live chat. Be much appreciated. And Marcus Gallegos also with a $5 super chat asking how you can get a loved one's ashes sent to space. Well, there are a couple of different companies like Celestis who offer that particular service, and I know they have a lot more information about available flights, destinations, costs, things like that on their respective websites. So there's plenty of information out there for how that process goes, if that is something you are interested in. Fueling update from ULA. Now at L minus 2 hours, 34 minutes, 12 seconds and counting. They say they are passing 1/3 full on the Centaur 5 liquid hydrogen tank. And the upper stage's liquid oxygen tank is now at 60% fueled. The fueling process continues, it appears, nominally with the Vulcan vehicle. Ahead of today's, or tomorrow morning's, I should say more specifically, launch attempt, a full press kit of this flight that includes the fueling procedure has not been published at this point. During a pre-launch press conference with members of the press, company leaders with ULA were asked about the full and detailed fueling timeline and if more information would be released. We heard from ULA's Vice President of Government and Commercial Programs, Gary Wentz, who addressed that question about the lack of a robust timeline heading into this overnight launch attempt. Here's more from Gary Wentz.
The tanking will start. We'll start chilling down the systems at L minus 5.5 hours. Then the tanking will be complete at L minus 2 hours. I think what we're working through now, this is a flight test. This is our first test. The initial timeline that we have has margin in it. And over time, those timelines will change, and I imagine more detail as we go through the process will come out. But right now, there's a lot of we'll say there's some margin built into the timelines, and so we're going to work through that. And like I said, over time, I think more detail will become available. But that's the level of detail that we can provide at this point.
And that was ULA Vice President of Government and Commercial Programs, Gary Wentz. We're now L minus 2 hours, 30 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. T minus clock stands at T minus 1 hour, 30 minutes, 7 seconds and counting. As we continue to step through the count, I want to talk a little bit more about ULA's new Vulcan rocket. In a similar fashion to the Atlas V that has its own description of what type of rocket it is with the designation, Vulcan 2 has a similar but differing type of descriptor. So for example, with an Atlas V, if you have an Atlas V 401 configuration, for example, that trio of numbers lets folks know about the payload fairings, the number of solid rocket boosters, and the number of RL-10s on the Centaur second stage. So in that example of an Atlas V 401 configuration, that would be an Atlas V that's flying a 4-meter diameter payload fairing with 0 solid rocket boosters and 1 RL-10 engine. That nomenclature shifted around a little bit for the Vulcan rocket. So for this first certification mission, otherwise known as Cert-1, this rocket is designated as a VC-2S variant of Vulcan. So what do those mean? Let's talk about that. The V, unsurprisingly, stands for Vulcan. The C, it's going to shock you, Centaur. But the 2 stands for the number of solid rocket boosters, so that's what that number will always represent. For the Vulcan rocket, there can be 0, 2, 4, or 6 SRBs attached. These are manufactured by Northrop Grumman and this will be the first time that they're flying their new GEM 63XL solid rocket boosters. Northrop Grumman telling us in the run-up to this launch that these are going to be the largest monolithic solid rocket boosters launching on a rocket. And by that I mean it is all manufactured as one solid piece, as opposed to, say, the Space Launch System rocket, which also has solid rocket boosters on the side, significantly bigger than those you see here strapped to the Vulcan rocket, but they're broken up into 5 chunks, or 5 segments. Lastly, on this designation, you have the S, which is the payload fairing length. Drilling a bit more into that. For the payload fairing length, you see the graphic here on the left-hand side of your screen, the 2 different types that ULA has in its roster. On the left, the far left, you see the standard, which is 51 feet tall, or 15.5 meters. And the long fairing is 70 feet tall, or 21.3 meters. Both are 17.7 feet in diameter, or 5.4 meters. And as you see in the center part of the graphic on your screen, they can also accommodate both dedicated as well as multi-manifest or rideshare missions in the long fairings. These payload fairings are manufactured by ULA's longtime partners Beyond Gravity, which was formerly known as Ruog Space. They have a factory in North Alabama. It's adjacent to ULA's rocket factory. For those who have been to the northern end of the state, just south of the Alabama-Tennessee border, it's in the River City, otherwise known as Decatur, Alabama. It's a lovely spot if you ever get the chance to visit. Be forewarned, there is a Meow Mix factory along the river, and if the wind is blowing in the wrong direction, it's not the most pleasant of scents, I'll tell you that. But otherwise, Decatur is just lovely. We're L minus 2 hours, 25 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. We're now at L minus 2 hours, 22 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. Do have another super chat from Nicholas Olenek for $5. Really appreciate that, Nicholas. Nicholas says, please confirm to the chat that, yes, people's remains are going to land on the moon. Yes, that is part of the Tranquility payload on board the Peregrine lunar lander. Similar but different destination than the Enterprise flight, both from Celestis Memorial flights. I believe there's also another Memorial flight payload that is one of the 20 payloads that's on board the Peregrine lunar lander as well. There are 2 that are heading to the moon. We're just talking about the payload fairings that are on board ULA's Vulcan rocket. Their partners, formerly Ruog Space, now Beyond Gravity, have their plant that's adjacent to ULA's. Both are going through a bit of an expansion right now as ULA got a sizable order of 38 flights of its Vulcan rocket to launch Kuiper satellites for Amazon. Have a bit of a time lapse courtesy of ULA to show the progress from the ULA expansion there at their Decatur factory. And you can see the progress there. ULA President Tori Bruno says they want to ramp up to 25 Vulcans per year by 2025 on the manufacturing side. And that ramp up in manufacturing production will also help them meet their goals as far as their increasing launch manifest for the Vulcan rocket. We'll go more into that in a bit, but they have roughly 30 Vulcan launches that are on contract. As mentioned previously, that's largely being driven by the 38 Project Kuiper missions that will be launched on behalf of Amazon. We're now L minus 2 hours, 19 minutes, 44 seconds and counting. T minus 1 hour, 19 minutes and 39 seconds. Again, that T minus countdown clock will hold at T minus 7 minutes. This is a planned 60-minute hold that will kick in at L minus 1 hour and 7 minutes. I want to thank Callistia Lee for joining us again, one of our wonderful channel members, and gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, Callistia. And if you're one of the 10 lucky folks who now have channel membership, first of all, welcome. Hope you enjoy your time with us, and we would love to have you stick around. Our channel members get access to 4K views of all the launches from here at the Cape, discounts at our online shop, shop.spaceflightnow.com, as well as access to member-only videos. But of course, another great way to help support what we do here at Spaceflight Now is quick, easy, and free, just by hitting the like button on this live stream, help more folks find this live coverage. So we're now L minus 2 hours, 18 minutes, 28 seconds and counting. We're now L minus 2 hours, 16 minutes, 1 second and counting. Want to provide a fueling update from one of our Space Press Corps colleagues, Irene Klotz, who is the senior space editor for Aviation Week, who reports that the Centaur LOX fueling stands at 67%, and liquid hydrogen fueling is at 52% on the Centaur 5 upper stage. She also reports it's been a quiet and smooth count at this point, which is certainly good news as we are hoping to see the launch of ULA's first Vulcan rocket in a little over 2 hours. We're now L minus 2 hours, 12 minutes, 12 seconds and counting. The T minus clock stands at T minus 1 hour, 12 minutes and 7 seconds. ULA says they are remaining on track with the countdown and are working no significant issues at this hour tonight. If you haven't already, we'd certainly appreciate it if you hit the like button and allow more folks to find this live stream coverage. It helps the YouTube algorithm do its thing and bring it to more folks as we approach the final 2 hours of the count here. We certainly appreciate the support of folks like Peppa joining us again this evening with a $5 super chat. Great way to help support what we do here at Spaceflight Now, as well as continuing with the conversation Now L minus 2 hours, 8 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. T minus clock stands at 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 50 seconds. Another fueling update for everyone. ULA says that they are now topping off the propellant on the Vulcan rocket, bringing it to a total weight of about just a little less than 1.5 million pounds, or a little over 663,000 kilograms in total weight of the rocket. And they'll continue topping off the cryogenic propellants, the methane, the hydrogen, and the liquid oxygen through until the final minutes of the countdown, replacing any of that which naturally boils off. They have a fairly low boiling point, so naturally some of it will boil off, and that's why they're going to continue on in the top-off mode from here on. But principally, we have a fully fueled Vulcan rocket. ULA has gone through 2 full wet dress rehearsals, which is basically the preparation testing of the fueling process that they've done in the lead up to this mission. They've had a little bit of practice getting this rocket tanked, draining it, tanking it again, and now they are in top off, prepared for their first actual flight with Vulcan. We'll talk much more about the rocket itself as we continue to step through the final 2 hours of the countdown tonight. But for now, let's pivot to some of the payloads that are on board. Of course, the main payload that's flying is the lunar lander called Peregrine. It was built by the Pittsburgh-based company Astrobotic. Taking a look at this video provided by Astrobotic, some B-roll in the clean room. This is what the lander looked like while it was still in Astrobotic's facility before it left Pittsburgh. This clean room at Astrobotic's facility is unique in that it's adjacent to a public museum called the Moonshot Museum. Continue on just a second with a little bit more about the Moonshot Museum, but just want to draw your attention to one of the payloads on board. You see that set of wheels that is now on the left-hand side of the rover. That is the Iris rover, which was created by another Pittsburgh institution, Carnegie Mellon University. That little rover will be dropped and set off for its own mission once the Peregrine lunar lander reaches the moon, assuming it's able to touch down safely. But take a look at the left-hand side of your screen. You're now looking into the Moonshot Museum, which is adjacent to Astrobotic's facility, and that big clean room window remains open at all times, so visitors get the opportunity to see activities happening inside the clean room as it's going on. So while Peregrine was up there, you could see the Peregrine development, and now Astrobotic is working on its forthcoming Griffin lander, which will carry NASA's Viper rover to the moon's south pole. That mission set to launch aboard a Falcon Heavy rocket no earlier than later this year, potentially in November. We're now L minus 2 hours, 5 minutes, 3 seconds and counting. We're now L minus 1 hour, 57 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. T minus clock stands at T minus 57 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. Again, that planned 60-minute hold coming up when the T minus clock hits T minus 7 minutes. We'll give you plenty of advanced heads up before we hit that marker. Talking a little bit more about the Peregrine lunar lander, Astrobotic is a Pittsburgh-based company, spent the past 16 years developing as a company and working towards this milestone, being among the first commercial landers to safely touch down on the surface of the moon. On Friday, we had the opportunity to speak with Sharad Bhaskaran, excuse me. He's the Peregrine Mission 1 director with Astrobotic. We started our conversation by asking about what this moment means for him and his team after so many years to finally get to this point where they're ready for the first flight of their Peregrine lunar lander. Here's Sharad.
It's super exciting. We've worked on this for a long time. I've been working on it for a long time. It's a culmination of so many people working, so many engineers, and the company working to make this a reality. So to be here 2 days prior to launch and to see the vehicle and to see everything going smoothly is I don't know how to describe it other than it's very exciting.
And we'll have more from our conversation with Sharad as we continue to step through this count and talk more about the Peregrine lunar lander. We're at L minus 1 hour, 55 minutes, 46 seconds and counting. That T minus countdown clock standing at 55 minutes, 41 seconds. And for those who weren't with us earlier, you see a rendering of the Peregrine lunar lander there on the left-hand side of the countdown clock, appearing as it will if it's able to safely touch down on the lunar surface in late February. And just to the right of that, you can see, of course, the ULA Vulcan rocket standing tall at Space Launch Complex 41, getting ready for its departure in less than 2 hours. Astrobotic trying for a feat that so far no privately funded commercial lander has been able to pull off successfully. It's poised to become one of the first 2 American-built landers to reach that milestone of becoming the first privately funded commercial lander to set down on the moon's surface in one piece. 2 have come before it, trying to claim that first spot. The first was Bereshit, that lander from Israel, made its attempt back in 2019. The second attempt was just last year when Japan-based company iSpace tried to land its Hakuto R Mission 1 lander. That was back on April 26th. Unfortunately for both of those entities, both missions ended up failing to make a soft landing on the moon. As we continue on with our conversation with Bhaskaran, he tells us what he thinks are some of the most challenging parts of their Peregrine Mission 1 and the tall order of actually reaching the lunar surface in one piece.
We have a NASA-provided landing sensor, the NASA Doppler LiDAR, and that's our primary landing sensor. Many of our components that we selected have been flight proven before, so really it's a question of how well we integrated everything together into one spacecraft. But we'll be watching all the sensor readings and all the sensor performance to see how we perform again during mission, during flight, during cruise, I mean. We'll find out a lot during the transit period, the cruise period, so that once we get to lunar orbit, we have pretty high confidence, I believe, in how our spacecraft operates. But you're right, the landing is the most challenging. As we've seen, the prior commercial missions did get to that phase, and they failed in the final landing sequence. So that is going to be the time when we're probably the most nervous about how the spacecraft's operating. But We have high confidence in everything we selected and how much extensive testing we did. I mean, we went through a very extensive testing program, almost, I would say, to an industry standard level, and we came out of that pretty successfully. So we have confidence that, that everything's going to operate successfully when we get into space.
Certainly not an easy task ahead of Astrobotic, but as you heard, one that they are confident that they will rise to the challenge of. We're now L-1 hour, 51 minutes, 56 seconds and counting. Want to welcome a new member of our channel membership family, the Eric, joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level. Really appreciate that, the Eric. They now have access to all of the launches in 4K that we have from here at the Cape, including this one tonight, as well as access to our member-only videos here on YouTube and discounts at the online shop, shop.spaceflightnow.com. And while we certainly welcome and appreciate any and all new channel members, and we welcome you aboard with open arms, there's another great way to help support what we do here at Spaceflight Now, quick and easy, just by hitting the like button, allowing more folks to find this live coverage as we get closer to liftoff. We're at L-1 hour, 50 minutes, 46 seconds and counting. Just want to address the bit of a flare-up that we saw just now. The one on the right that you see, that's the smaller flame, that is the hydrogen flare stack. The one on the left that is burning bright, that is the methane flare stack. These are all nominal parts of the fueling process. So while it may look surprising to see flames so close to all the different fueling tanks and a now fully fueled rocket, or one that is in top-off procedure, this is all a normal part of the loading process, are those flare stacks that are putting on a little bit of a show as we continue on at L-1 hour, 49 minutes and 49 seconds. I want to thank a new channel member for their support, Lucas, coming in at the pad leader level. Welcome aboard, Lucas. Glad to have you with us. We do have another update at L-1 hour, 48 minutes, 57 seconds and counting from ULA. They report that local weather conditions show green and go across the board from a weather front, which is certainly good news. As we talked about, oh gosh, over an hour or so ago now at this point, the launch weather forecast for tomorrow's opportunity as well as the Wednesday backup look far less than ideal, with Tuesday's launch window only having a 30% chance of favorable weather during the launch window and 45% favorable weather odds on Wednesday. We also have word that the final pre-launch flight control operation test has begun. It's according to ULA. They describe this as, quote, a steering check of the Vulcan hydraulics to gimbal the BE-4 engine nozzles through a programmed pattern. They say the electromechanical actuators on the RL-10 engines are also going to be tested on the Centaur upper stage. The BE-4s and the RL-10s are the two types of engines that are powering the Vulcan vehicle. BE-4s from Blue Origin, company owned by Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. And the RL-10s, manufactured by Aerojet Rocketdyne, continuing 60 years of heritage on those particular engines, mainstays with ULA. In fact, they just marked their 60th anniversary not too long ago. If you'd like to learn more about the RL-10s, we have a full video about the 60th anniversary of the RL-10, but I'll note right now that an upgraded version that is in development that will include more 3D printed or additive manufactured components will be debuting on future versions of ULA's Vulcan rocket, known as the RL-10CX engines. Those are set to be incorporated onto the Vulcan Centaur 5 upper stage in early 2025. We're now at L-1 hour, 46 minutes, 22 seconds and counting to the liftoff of this first Vulcan flight, known as Vulcan Certification Mission 1, or CERT-1. We're now at L-1 hour, 44 minutes, 7 seconds and counting. See the T-minus countdown clock stands at T-minus 44 minutes, 2 seconds and counting. I want to thank one of our newest channel members, the Eric, for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, the Eric. That's very generous of you. And to those who are now with us as new channel members, be sure to thank the Eric in the live chat. And welcome aboard. We're now L minus 1 hour, 38 minutes, 49 seconds and counting. T minus countdown clock stands at T minus 38 minutes, 43 seconds and counting. Want to welcome some of our newest channel members. Jadzia, the Nolan, and Paul Ritchie, all joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level. Really appreciate the support from the three of you and hope you enjoy all the benefits that channel membership brings with it, including access to 4K views of this and all the launches from here at the Cape. Talked a little bit about the Astrobotic Peregrine lunar lander itself. Let's talk about the journey to the moon that it is about to embark on following the launch of the Vulcan rocket on which it is hitching a ride. It's not what you would call exactly a quick journey. Thinking back to the Artemis 1 mission at the end of 2022, that mission was able to send the Orion spacecraft out to the moon on its mission and return back for a splashdown off the coast of California. From tip to tail, that was a mission that lasted 25.5 days. This rocket's set to launch no earlier than tomorrow, or I guess this morning. Now it is in fact Monday, January 8th. Local time is 12:41 a.m. Eastern, 0541 UTC. And whether the rocket, or excuse me, whether the rocket is able to launch with the Peregrine lunar lander today or during any of the other days during this 4 launch day stretch, the landing date will be attempted on February 23rd, according to Astrobotic. It is close to the start of what is considered to be Lunar Day. A lunar day lasts about 14 Earth days, and Astrobotic says that they will attempt to have their lander operate for between 8 and 10 Earth days. So in part of our conversation with Mr. Bhaskaran, the Peregrine 1 mission director, talked to him about the timeline from spacecraft separation through to the landing process. He noted that it will take about 18 days from spacecraft separation from the Centaur 5 upper stage to reach the first of 3 lunar orbits that Peregrine will go through as part of its landing operation. Here he is to explain the rest of Astrobotic's journey to the moon with their Peregrine lander.
So once it separates from Vulcan, the second stage Centaur, it'll within a couple of hours we'll actually have contact with our ground stations, and that's when we'll start receiving telemetry from the spacecraft and making communications. So it's pretty soon after separation.
And given the current launch date and launch time, assuming that all holds and you're able to, launch at the beginning of the window, how does that set up the latter part of the mission once you get into the 3 stages of lunar orbit? Can you walk us through those times?
Yeah, so we do a one for Earth phasing loop after we separate, and that phasing loop actually takes us out to lunar distance, but because of the timing of the launch, the moon's not there, so we'll do one phasing loop around the Earth, and then when we come back around the second time, that's when the moon will be there, and we'll go into lunar capture, which is the first orbit, and then we'll go into a more stable orbit, which we call lunar orbit 2, and we'll dwell there as long as is necessary before the landing site comes into view and all the conditions are right. And then we'll go down to third orbit, which is the preparation for landing orbit, and we'll stay in there a few orbits and then make sure all our sensors and the spacecraft is ready for the approach and landing operations.
And our thanks again to Bhaskaran for his insight into the mission that he is directing on behalf of Astrobotic, getting ready to launch in just a little over an hour and a half from now. Count stands at L minus 1 hour, 33 minutes, 50 seconds and counting. T minus countdown clock stands at T minus 33 minutes, 44 seconds and counting. Starting to get some more activity here at the press site, as a lot of folks very interested and eager to see this inaugural flight of ULA's Vulcan rocket, the vehicle that will ultimately replace both the Atlas V and the Delta IV Heavy rockets. We're now at L minus 1 hour, 28 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. T minus countdown clock stands at T minus 28 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. Again, as a reminder, the T minus clock will hit a planned hold once it reaches T minus 7 minutes. That hold will last for an hour. This will be the final planned hold in the countdown before Vulcan is set to launch. ULA continues to track that liftoff at 2:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 07:18 UTC, the start of a 45-minute window with just 6 launch opportunities within it. I want to thank a few more folks for their support this evening. That blonde space girl with a $2 super chat, and then coming back with a $5 super chat. Really appreciate that. That blonde space girl. John Linder with a very generous $20 super chat. Asking a question here. Is this at Cape Canaveral? Yes, indeed, Mr. Linder. You're looking at Space Launch Complex 41 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. This will be the second launch heading up from the Cape in less than 24 hours, as we saw the launch of a Falcon 9 rocket from Slick 40 at 5:35 p.m. Eastern last night. Gorgeous sunset launch, sending up 23 Starlink V2 mini satellites up to low Earth orbit. So thanks for the question and the support, John. Bill Peterson with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Bill. Says, great pre-launch coverage, thanks. You're very welcome, and thank you so much for supporting it. And for now, we'll go ahead and round out our support right now with that blonde space girl joining us once again with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much for the support. And as we are now less than an hour and a half away from the planned launch of the inaugural Vulcan rocket, it seems only fitting to bring in an important friend of us here at Spaceflight Now, a voice they've heard often. I'll probably hear from time to time again in the future. Mr. Stephen Clark, who is now a space reporter with Ars Technica, working with another great seasoned space reporter, Eric Berger, doing a lot of excellent reporting in the run-up to this inaugural Vulcan launch, as well as keeping eyes on many other things as we head into a busy 2024. Stephen, welcome back. Good to have you with us.
Thank you, Will. Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure to be back here at Kennedy Space Center with you guys.
And it is always great to talk to you, and especially on a night as important as this. I mean, we've been talking throughout this countdown about the significance, the gravitas of this launch on multiple fronts. So I guess let's start by talking about the launch vehicle itself. Vulcan, it's been in the works for nearly a decade now, going to be replacing both Atlas and Delta. When you think back about your coverage of the development of the Vulcan program, I guess start off by talking about what kind of sticks out to you most about the journey to get to where we are now.
Well, it took the better part of a decade to get to this point. I think ULA announced the Vulcan rocket in 2015, and they had been working on it some months before they announced it. So to see the Vulcan on the launch pad is really surreal. I think I've heard that word a lot in the last few days, to see this vehicle poised for launch in a little over an hour's time. In terms of what stands out over the course of the development, I think a couple of things would be, it took a little longer to get here than ULA had hoped. One of the reasons, the primary reason throughout the development, was waiting on the BE-4 engines from Blue Origin. But those engines were delivered a little over a year ago now, I think, and it looked like we were going to be at this point back in May. And then the Centaur upper stage on the Vulcan, which is the Centaur 5, a derivative of the tried and true Centaur that's been flying on Atlas and Delta rockets and Titans as well since the 1960s. It exploded on a test stand. This is a new version of the Centaur, much larger than any of them that have flown before, much more propellant volume. So the design is different, but it still uses the same stainless steel design that dates back to the early 1960s, still uses the RL-10 engine that has been powering the Centaur stage since the 1960s. So I think a lot of people thought that the Centaur was the lower risk part of the rocket. It still may be, because we'll see how the BE-4 engines perform with this launch. But that, of course, delayed this launch by, I would say, 6 months of the delay was due to that. A couple of years of the delay was due to the BE-4 engine. So here we are about 3 or 4 years late in the end to get Vulcan to the launch pad. Not unheard of, obviously, in the launch industry, but ULA would have liked to have been to this point earlier. I also think the Space Force, which is ULA's primary customer, would have liked to have seen the Vulcan flying by now. The leadership in the launch enterprise that is responsible for awarding launch contracts to SpaceX and ULA have been saying for a couple of years now, we need Vulcan on the pad, we need it flying, we need it certified. And so they're eager, obviously, to see the Vulcan launch, hopefully successfully, in hour and 23 minutes.
Yeah, you and I were both at the Space Power conference earlier this year. It was a meetup of Guardians from the United States Space Force, and obviously Vulcan was, one of many topics of conversation as they're getting ready to start awarding missions from the Phase 3 contract. They just wrapped up the Phase 2 awards with a batch of, I believe, 21 missions to both ULA and SpaceX, which are the only two launch companies that are certified to receive those launch contracts. Phase 3 going to be opening up that pipeline a little bit more widely to some of the newer entrants. Obviously, you've got Blue Origin eyeing that themselves, not only flying the BE-4 engines on Vulcan, but also on their forthcoming New Glenn, eager to get part of that national security space launch contract pie. And as you mentioned, both Space Force and ULA very eager to see Vulcan launch for the first time. We talked about the fact that this is called the Cert 1 mission, or the first certification mission. As you and I both know, but let's talk about, the important pathway to getting to Vulcan actually launching national security missions, because you got to get 2 out of the way before you get to that prize at the end of the road.
That's right. They need 2 consecutive successful launches, and so this is the Cert 1, Certification 1 mission, flying tonight from Cape Canaveral, and then ULA says if everything goes well with tonight's launch, they can have the launch vehicle ready perhaps as soon as April for the Certification 2 mission, which will also be interesting, carrying the Dream Chaser space plane to the International Space Station for Sierra Space. We'll see if the Vulcan's ready in April, and also big unknown is whether the Dream Chaser will be ready in April as well. So it's going to be kind of a interesting race to see which is ready first, the Cert 2 launch vehicle with Vulcan or Dream Chaser. But in any event, they need to get 2 certification missions off the ground before they can be certified for national security launch missions, the first of which will be what's known as the USSF 106 mission, carrying up a Space Force payload, testing out some new navigation GPS type hardware for next generation of GPS. That's the payload on that mission. So right now that launch could be a few months after Certification 2. I think in the end, ULA would be doing very well to get 3 Vulcan launches off this year if they get Cert 1, Cert 2, and the first national security launch with Vulcan all successful this year. I think that would be a great year for ULA. Now, ULA has said in their discussions with us reporters last week, they have up to 6 Vulcan missions on the books for this year. I don't see that likely to happen. We'll see, but I think if they get Cert 1 and Cert 2 off in the first half of the year and they get a national security launch off in the second half of the year, that'd be a great year for Vulcan.
Yeah, I was going to just ask, from your perspective, does it seem overly ambitious either from the readiness of the national security payload side or from the Vulcan readiness side to actually successfully complete 6 Vulcan missions at the first year at the gate? I mean, I've both seen a number of times where you have these national security launches that have been delayed by months, if not, a year or more, not necessarily because the rocket isn't ready, but because the payload itself needs more development time, or there's things that they need to work through. So does 6 feel realistic, or just it's on the manifest and it is technically a possibility, but not really a probability?
I think 6 is an aspirational goal, to borrow a quote from SpaceX. So I think I don't see 6 happening. I think 3 is probably would be a good year. Maybe they can pull off another one to get 4, but I think, historically, looking at how long it has taken to get to a 4th flight of a new launch vehicle in this class, it took SpaceX, I think, 28 months to get to a 4th flight of a Falcon 9 rocket, and it took ULA, then Lockheed Martin, around the same, I think, 31 months. I may have them reversed, maybe 28, 31, well, the other way. But it was 28 months and 31 months to get to the 4th flight of the Atlas V and the Falcon 9. And so that's 2.5 years, roughly, on average. So ULA has their work cut out for them to get Vulcan ramped up, even with a successful flight, because the first 3 flights of Falcon 9, first 3 flights of Atlas V were all successful, but it still took some time to get to a cadence that was ramped up to support, operational missions. And, 2.5 years from now would be mid-2026 to get to a 4th flight of Vulcan. I don't think it'll take that long, but getting to a 4th flight in like the 3rd quarter of this year doesn't seem likely to me.
No, that's, I think, very fair and apt historical context for that. Obviously, ULA would like to beat those odds. We'll see if they're able to pull that off. Just wanted to bring up this graphic that we have here talking about some of the many missions that Vulcan has already on its future roster. Of course, this flight list led by 38 Project Kuiper satellites for Amazon's Project Kuiper internet constellation, a future rival to SpaceX's Starlink. Then there are also 25 national security space launch missions that have been booked through the end of the Phase 2 procurement. And finally, as we were just talking about, the Sierra Space Dream Chaser, which the first will fly on the CERT-2 mission potentially as early as April, and then they've got 5 more behind it as part of the commercial resupply services program for NASA sending up cargo to the space station. So I guess just broad picture, it's a lot of flights that have been booked for Vulcan, a rocket that is yet to fly. And we've heard from Astrobotic, you and I talking to the program director for the Peregrine 1 mission on Friday about, and just hearing about the confidence that they have and why they had it for this particular rocket. Do you think it's in part just the legacy that ULA has under its belt of 100% mission success since ULA became its own company that's, bringing about this level of confidence that you've got an Amazon coming in with a 38 flight, booking order for a rocket that's never flown?
Yeah, that's an impressive backlog, 70 missions, including the one tonight on ULA's backlog with Vulcan. So you could already argue it's been a business success for ULA, and I think tonight will be the test to see if it's a technical success as well. So yeah, Astrobotic is obviously confident in the Vulcan rocket. ULA officials last week told us that they were also obviously confident in the success of the rocket. They wouldn't be attempting to launch it if it wasn't. And I think it's important also to put this in context and maybe compare it to the way SpaceX develops Starship. ULA is developing this rocket in a more traditional aerospace paradigm, where you ahead of time do a lot of software analysis, you do a lot of computational fluid dynamics, put things in models, see how they work, and then when you get to the launch pad, you have a high degree of confidence that it's all going to work. In the end, it takes longer, it's more expensive in most cases, but they have a high degree of confidence that this will fly to space, to orbit, and send Astrobotic's Peregrine lander on the way to the moon. Whereas SpaceX takes a more spiral, iterative approach to developing the Starship. And if a Starship goes awry during launch, it's not the end of the program. There's not going to be, the months of reviews and head scratching. It's going to be, oh, we missed that. We know how to fix it. We'll fly again in a few months or a couple of months. And I think, you know, it really is for ULA. In one sense, it puts higher expectations on them in this, in getting Vulcan to fly successfully. But I think their engineers would say they probably have a higher degree of confidence, higher level of surety that the Vulcan will fly than get to the orbit that they need to put the Peregrine lander into than SpaceX would, you know, in all honesty and admittedly say that when they flew Starship, their goal was not to blow up the launch pad the first time. When ULA's flying Vulcan, their goal is to send Peregrine to the moon. And obviously it's taken a long time to get here with Vulcan. It's we don't know the exact cost of Vulcan's development. It's been the billions of dollars, I'm sure. So there's really, you know, there's some high expectations on ULA because they do have that record of 100% mission success since their formation, and just the way they develop their rockets is different than companies like SpaceX or some of the other startup companies. So, you know, the pressure is on, you could say, on ULA to get the Vulcan to space, to orbit, because that's what we're all expecting to happen.
Well, and yeah, and you can't have, you know, you can't ever get back to 100% mission success if you have even one mishap, you know, whatever the cause may be. And, you know, that is something that ULA certainly hangs its hat on proudly. You know, Tori's cowboy construction hat, I think is an apt thing to hang on, you know, the earned record that ULA has built up around it. Turning to the payload on board, which obviously is also experiencing an important first with this flight for Astrobotic, representing the Steel City, sending up its own lunar lander, representing a city which has an important heritage with the Apollo program, supplying the steel and the metal that really helped to build a lot of the infrastructure around those cornerstone missions, getting humans to the moon for the first time back in the 60s and 70s. You know, watching what Astrobotic is trying to attempt, you know, sending the first commercially, privately funded lunar lander to the moon, something that has been twice attempted and twice failed. And, you know, you saw last year, even Russia's Luna 25, you know, whiff on the landing. India's Chandrayaan-3 stuck it. I mean, it's a tall task that, you know, both ULA and Peregrine are attempting. But let's talk about your thoughts on Peregrine's approach, both in its development and its likely outlook for this mission.
Yeah, this is Astrobotic's first mission to space, and they're shooting for the moon on their first attempt. So I think I was talking about the high expectations of ULA, and on Astrobotic, I think the expectations aren't 100% there that they're going to succeed. And, you know, we heard Sherrod on Friday when we talked to him, you know, talk about some of the commercial missions that have failed to land on the moon. They've all got to the moon and then had problems during the final descent to the surface. With the Israeli Bereshit lander a couple of years ago, the iSpace Hakutu R mission also failed during the final landing phase. And NASA, who has contracted with Astrobotic on the Eclipse program, Commercial Lunar Payload Services, when NASA set up that program a couple of years, or I guess 5 years ago now, 2018, it was kind of the brainchild of Thomas Zurbuchen, who was the former head of the Science Mission Directorate at NASA. And he always liked to characterize as the Eclipse program as taking shots on goal. And it's a similar process to you know, we talked about the Starship a minute ago. It's kind of an iterative type approach in a sense, but also has a different vein to it in that NASA has a pool of commercial companies, I think 14 at this point, if my memory serves, in the Eclipse program that they can go to and choose from and award task orders to attempt these landings to carry these NASA instruments to the moon. And you know, Astrobotic was one of the first to be awarded Eclipse contract by NASA. The other one is Intuitive Machines, which could be launching next month from the Cape. With
Well, and I think Astrobotic was one of the 9 original that got those task awards.
That's right. And they were selected at the same time as Intuitive Machines, and here we are. They're neck and neck, and Intuitive Machines could have probably flown by now if they had a chance to slip into the SpaceX launch manifest. But we'll see if they get off the ground next month. If they do launch in mid-February, then we could be seeing their attempt to land on perhaps around February 22nd, and Astrobotic, this mission, Peregrine 1, landing on February 23rd. And either one, if successful, would be the first U.S. lander to reach the lunar surface since Apollo 17. So a lot of history on the line, and also the first ever commercial spacecraft to land on the moon from any country. So it looks like Intuitive Machines and Astrobotic are still neck and neck, and it's a race to the moon for both these companies. And Astrobotic and Intuitive Machines are kind of, well, Astrobotic's a little older than Intuitive Machines, but they're both still young, scrappy startup type companies, and they've never built even a satellite that's gone into Earth orbit, and here they are attempting to go to the moon. Really exciting time for the commercial space industry, and NASA wants these companies to not only send the agency's science instruments to the moon, but to demonstrate that if one of these landings is successful, NASA officials hope that will attract more commercial business to these landers, and you'll see more private sector companies, research institutions without NASA involvement start thinking about payloads to send to the moon.
We do want to continue this conversation about the burgeoning what NASA and companies around the world hope will be a successful, fully realized lunar economy. I do want to make a note on the countdown timeline. We have reached the planned hold, the 60-minute planned hold at T-minus 7 minutes. So the countdown clock will remain in place at T-minus 7 minutes. The L-minus countdown clock will continue to move forward until the final 7 minutes of the count, at which point the two clocks will come into sync. If they do need to hold beyond that, that will be an unplanned additional hold, and we will make note of that as we continue on. But as of right now, things seem to be moving just about as smoothly as one could hope for an inaugural launch. I suppose that's, before we come back to the lunar economy that NASA and others want to see actualized, just thoughts on the fairly quiet count we've seen tonight. As we've been talking about, ULA goes through a long approach with this mission process and really gaming out all the different scenarios. In the last wet dress rehearsal, because it didn't quite go as initially planned, they decided to punt away from a Christmas Eve potential launch date so they could go through a fully successful wet dress rehearsal. And it seems to be bearing out tonight with the smooth count that we've seen.
You're right, Will. This is something like the 9th or 10th time I think that ULA has loaded propellants into a Vulcan rocket dating back to the initial rehearsals, I think in 2021, with the Pathfinder vehicle they had here at the Cape. So loading this methane or liquefied natural gas and liquid oxygen into the Vulcan rocket is kind of old hat to ULA at this point. And they've gotten all the way down last summer to the ignition of the BE-4 engines for their flight readiness firing back in June 2023. So they do have a lot of practice with this. They've also done a lot of simulations over the course of the last few years to prepare for this moment. So not entirely surprising to me that they've had a clean countdown. And again, we're in this built-in hold that will last about an hour, and toward the end of that hold, we'll hear the final readiness poll from the Atlas, or the Space Operations Center. I forget they changed the acronym, right, Will?
I know, old habits die hard, right? But I mean, even Tori called this essentially an updated Atlas rocket, so I think you'll be forgiven for a little slip.
Yeah, I was going to say the Atlas Space Flight Operations Center, but I think they've changed the name to the Advanced Space Operations Center. It's still the ASOC.
Still the ASOC. Yeah. Acronyms don't change, just the meaning behind them. Again, for those who may be just joining us right now, if you are popping into this live stream at this point, first of all, welcome. It's just a little bit of a refresh since we're now just over an hour away from the planned liftoff. I'm Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now, and you are watching the countdown to the inaugural launch of United Launch Alliance's Vulcan rocket. This is the first new launch vehicle that ULA as a company is unveiling. When they came together to form back in the early aughts, they inherited the legacy vehicles of Atlas and Delta, now ushering a new vehicle into existence, Vulcan, with a Peregrine lunar lander from Pittsburgh-based Astrobotic up top, encased inside those payload fairings manufactured by Beyond Gravity, a company formerly known as Ruog Space, up in Decatur, Alabama, just south of the Alabama-Tennessee state line, for those unfamiliar with the Decatur geography. It's been a nearly decade-long road to reach this point where we are seeing a fully integrated Vulcan vehicle in top-off form at the pad there. Seeing one of the flare stacks burning in the foreground. ULA introducing a Methalox-fueled booster rocket for the first time. We are joined by a familiar voice to many of those who have been with Spaceflight Now for some time. Friend of the outlet, Stephen Clark, joining us now with Ars Technica, providing great space coverage on multiple fronts, talking about launches, landings, partnerships, the whole business of the space operation, and we're very fortunate to have him joining us as we approach the final hour before the inaugural launch of the Vulcan rocket. I want to talk about one of the articles that you at Ars Technica had recently, featuring a little bit of conversation that's come about with one of the payloads, or I guess I should say a few of the payloads that are on board, both the Centaur 5 upper stage, known as the Enterprise flight from the company Celestis Memorial Space Flight. They also have another payload that's built into the Peregrine lunar lander, which is called the Tranquility flight. Both of these are carrying small pieces of the ashes of folks, loved ones from around the country and around the world that want to send them beyond Earth to live on in the stars, as Celestis would phrase it, or something akin to that. But it has drawn some, I suppose, ire, if you want to put it like that, from the Navajo Nation as well as some other Native American tribes here in the United States. Just talk about the reporting that you and at Ars have been learning about, with the conversation regarding why sending remains to the moon specifically has been a point of contention, and what the Navajo leaders have been saying about this, and how that, the White House became involved as well.
Yeah, so the Navajo Nation, the president of the Navajo Nation, sent a letter back in December to NASA and the Department of Transportation, which under the DOT is the Federal Aviation Administration. So this letter basically asked the government to order a postponement of this launch because the Navajo Nation reveres the moon. It considers the moon sacred, and it also considers human remains sacred. So according to the Navajo Nation president, sending these ashes to the moon amounts to desecration of the moon and also the human remains. And that's the Navajo belief system. So the president of the Navajo Nation sent this letter to the NASA and the Department of Transportation just before Christmas in December, and asked for the launch to be postponed. This letter kind of hit the news this past week. And in the end, the president of the Navajo Nation had a meeting with officials from the White House and also from NASA on Friday, at which time there was a decision made that the launch would not be postponed. However, White House and NASA officials assured and promised the Navajo Nation that they would be consulted before a similar mission like this goes to the moon with human remains, these cremated ashes, in the future. And I think one of the sticking points here, from the Navajo Nation's perspective, is the president of the Navajo Nation was basically saying, we're not trying to say we have veto power over what goes to the moon. We're not against space exploration or rocket launches or exploring the moon in any way. But I think it harkens back to a time a quarter century ago in 1999, NASA's lunar prospector mission went to the moon, also carrying the human remains, cremated ashes of Gene Shoemaker, the pioneering planetary geologist. Discovered a lot of comets in his career. He died in 1998. And NASA, this was a NASA mission, actually requested his, or kind of oversaw the process to get his cremated ashes on the lunar prospector mission. And lunar prospector went to orbit the moon, and at the end of the mission, NASA intentionally crashed the spacecraft into the moon, as they often do at the end of the missions, to avoid leaving this satellite uncontrolled in lunar orbit. And with the debris from the spacecraft, Gene Shoemaker's ashes were deposited on the lunar surface. And at the time, the president of the Navajo Nation then protested this, and NASA promised to consult with the Navajo Nation before they did this again. And that did not happen in the run-up to this mission with this NASA CLIPS Astrobotic Partnership mission. And that was one of the big concerns and complaints from the Navajo Nation this time around.
Well, and I think you hit on an important distinction between those two, as NASA leadership was quick to point out during some discussions with the press in the week leading up to this launch attempt, is that unlike that first launch, which was formally and completely a NASA mission, NASA is just a customer on this flight. And that's really the bedrock of these CLIPS missions, is that NASA, similarly with the commercial crew program, that they are buying services that they, in the commercial crew program, are sending their astronauts to and from the International Space Station, currently with the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft, and soon to be with Boeing Starliner as well, launching on an Atlas V rocket from ULA. And with the CLIPS program, they're not controlling the lander, they're not controlling the rocket, they're a customer that is buying space and access to have 5 of their NASA payloads on board, 4 that are scientific instruments, 1 that is essentially a GPS type marker that will be a way that arriving spacecraft, arriving future landers can say, hey, Peregrine is here, and help to orient as the moon becomes increasingly populated with future landers. So it seems like that was an important thing that NASA wanted to make clear in this whole discussion, that it didn't feel like they were necessarily reneging on the promise that they had made because this wasn't formally a NASA mission, but it sounds like there may be some further negotiations and discussions farther out ahead of time, as you've got companies that are booking payloads with companies like Celestis in the future, and maybe we won't see as many, or potentially another memorial flight to the moon itself, and they'll be more focused on things like the Enterprise flight, where they just go into orbit around the sun, perhaps.
Yeah, I think, that's a very important point, is that NASA really has no legal means to stop this from happening in this particular mission, because it is a fully commercial flight. NASA is just, they're an anchor customer for Astrobotic, but the way the contract is set up, it's a service, and so it's really kind of similar to when you book a FedEx shipment to somewhere. You don't get to decide what else is on the truck, so to speak. So, or the plane that's carrying your package to across the country somewhere. So, the only federal agency that has a role in approving this is the FAA, and their main concern, I should say, is with public safety during the launch. So this is a commercial launch, FAA licensed, and during that process they do a payload review. But that's just to ensure that the payload doesn't have anything that's going to endanger the public. One other facet, though, that the FAA does look at is whether the launch will have any effect on U.S. foreign policy or national security or agreements with international governments. And I'm not an attorney, but the tribes in the United States could be considered other governments, depending on your interpretation, I think. So perhaps that's one avenue forward. But we'll see if this follows along with the future Celestis missions. I know Celestis does have one more flight to the moon with human ashes planned later this year, I believe, on another CLIPS mission, carrying ashes to the moon. We'll see if this has any effect on that.
Yeah, I think this, if nothing else, definitely opened a broader conversation that we are far from the end of, and it'll be interesting to see where it goes from here. You know, as we heard from one of our folks in the live chat who mentioned that his brother is on this particular Celestis flight, on the Tranquility flight heading to the moon. You know, it means a lot to a lot of people, especially those who have close ties to the space program, or are like you and I, are just you grew up being fans of the space industry. I mean, now we obviously work in covering it. So I think it's an important conversation to have, and look forward to seeing where it goes from here. We're now at L minus 52 or 51 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. As a note, again, we are still within that planned 60-minute hold. The T-minus countdown clock remains frozen at T-minus 7 minutes. And we'll pick up once the L-minus countdown clock matches as well. You see the contrast between the two. And again, that rendering of the Peregrine lunar lander, what we've been talking about over the last couple of hours as we get closer to the launch of it and the ULA Vulcan rocket, both launching for the very first time. Important mission for both companies. I want to thank a few more folks for their support as we get closer to this historic launch. One of our regulars joining us, Nelson Reyes, with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Nelson. Who says, more stellar launch coverage. But thanks, Nelson. Callistia Lee joining us, one of our channel members, with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Callistia. Says, just a friendly reminder to hit that thumbs up / like button. Let's boost this coverage to the top. And I will echo that. If you haven't already, great way to help support us is by hitting the like button. It allows the YouTube algorithm to do its thing and bring this coverage to more people as we get closer to the planned liftoff of the Vulcan rocket. Another one of our channel members, Christine Hurt, with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Christine. Appreciate that support. And Russ Dietz, one of our channel members who has upgraded their membership to the launch director level. Really appreciate your continued support and increased support with us, Russ. And again, as a reminder, our channel membership has multiple perks, including access to member-only videos, discounts at our online shop, shop.spaceflightnow.com, and the ability to watch all of our launches from the Cape in 4K. We're now at L minus 49 minutes, 56 seconds and counting. We're now at L minus 39 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. Continuing on in that planned hold of 60 minutes in total. We're just a little over 30 minutes away from that hold lifting if all continues on track with this timeline tonight. I want to thank a few more folks for their support this evening. DePesto Lessie for joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level. Welcome aboard. Really appreciate your support. Thanks for joining us. And to Russ Dietz, who just upgraded channel membership to the launch director level, supporting with an additional $10 super chat. Really appreciate that, Russ. Thank you so much. And just because they often go as unsung heroes throughout these live launch broadcasts, want to give a particular shout out to our wonderful moderators in the live chat, working hard for the last few hours as we get closer to the historic first launch of ULA's Vulcan rocket. Just taking a quick scroll through the live chat, see Dremwolf in there working hard. I know I saw Stephanie B there, yes, and I believe Astro Joe may be hanging out with us tonight, as well as Michael Kane, one of our launch photographers, but also helps out in the live chat as well. And our thanks to Josh King, one of our channel members, speaking of our channel member community, offering a very generous $20 super chat, saying simply, "Go Vulcan." Yes, indeed. Just want to briefly bring up, as we continue our conversation with friend of Spaceflight now, Stephen Clark, who is now over continuing his excellent space reporting at Ars Technica. For those unfamiliar, these are the excuse me, mission patches for both ULA and Astrobotic, the launch vehicle and the primary customer on board this inaugural launch of Vulcan. As you see in that image on ULA's mission patch, this is the variant of the Vulcan rocket that's flying on this particular mission, the VC-2S, featuring a Vulcan booster. That's the V, the C for Centaur upper stage, the 2 for those 2 solid rocket boosters provided by Northrop Grumman that you see on either side of the vehicle, and S, signifying a standard payload fairing from Beyond Gravity. And then the right-hand side, Astrobotics mission patch there. The lander named Peregrine, after one of the fastest, I believe it's the fastest bird in the world. The Peregrine Falcon, memory serves. Astrobotic, based up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the Steel City. Want to thank a couple more folks for your support. Jonah joining us with membership at the pad leader level. Easy for me to say. Thank you, Jonah. Welcome aboard. And a good evening to Mel Roberts Harold, one of our channel members who joins us regularly. Thanks for being with us, Mel, with a $2 super chat, saying, "Watching a big part of history, folks." Indeed. And great to talk a little history with a man who has plenty of history with spaceflight now, Mr. Stephen Clark, now with Ars Technica, continuing on his great reporting. Before we took a little bit of a pause to rest our voices, getting back to our conversation, some of the reporting that you and the team with Eric have been doing over at Ars concerns the future of ULA, as we've been talking about not only the future of ULA's customers, be they government with national security missions or commercial with customers like Amazon buying 38 Vulcan flights for their Project Kuiper constellation, but there also may be a potential buyer for ULA itself. Talk about the potential sale that could be happening in the possibly not too distant future.
Yeah, my colleague Eric has been reporting on this for many months now, and I think the sale of ULA was kind of surprising when we first heard that was going to be possible. But the more I've thought about it, the more it makes sense to me, I think, from the perspectives of their shareholders, Boeing and Lockheed Martin, particularly Boeing, to divest themselves of ULA. And I also think it's in the interests of ULA's management team and engineers and their very talented workforce to maybe get out from under the what some might call the restrictions that Boeing and Lockheed Martin have put on them. Early on in the, for example, early on in the development of Vulcan, Boeing and Lockheed Martin, Tory Bruno himself has said this since then. They were basically only funding the development of Vulcan for the first couple of years on a month-by-month basis. Like every month, there would be a review, how things are going, does this still make sense, and then they would approve another month's worth of funding for the program. That was how Vulcan got started back in the 2015 timeframe, before they finally bought all in on the program. So that's not really a great way to start a new rocket program. So I think that should tell you a little bit of something about how Boeing and Lockheed Martin have treated ULA. ULA is a very profitable company for them. They have been since their formation. It's a moneymaker, but they haven't really given ULA the freedom to innovate the way ULA's engineers could if they had free reign. So it's interesting to get to this point right on as Vulcan is about to launch for the first time. We've seen reporting from the Wall Street Journal back in December. It kind of confirms what we've heard at ours as well, that there are really 3 contenders in the bidding for ULA right now. One of them is Blue Origin. We can talk about that in a minute. Another one is Textron, which doesn't have any role in the space industry right now, but Textron is the owner of the Cessna and Beechcraft aircraft brands, so they have a lot of history in aerospace. And then, kind of out of left field is a private equity firm called Cerberus. And we'd heard previously that a private equity firm that perhaps no one in the space industry has really heard of could swoop in and have the winning bid. And the Wall Street Journal reported that one of those contenders is this company called Cerberus. So we'll see. There's been a lot of speculation about perhaps the sale could be announced soon after the Vulcan's first launch if it's successful. And that would be kind of an opportune time, I think. That would make a lot of sense for timing-wise for that to happen, because up until the Vulcan is the future of ULA, and it's a big moment for this company. A lot's riding on this launch and the success of the Vulcan rocket overall. If it is successful, if they are able to ramp up the cadence soon, I think Vulcan sets up ULA to be a successful company and have viability through the 2020s at least, even with the competition from SpaceX and Starship and all the other rockets. I think if Vulcan is successful, given their backlog, they're set for the better part of the next decade. So we'll see if the launch is successful, how soon a sale might be announced and who the winning bidder is. Blue Origin is interesting because obviously that's Jeff Bezos' space company. They have their own rocket that could be launching toward the end of the year, the New Glenn, which is in the same kind of lift class, maybe even a little heavier than the Vulcan. So it's not sure. I don't really fully understand what interest Blue Origin might have in ULA, other than if they're fully confident in New Glenn being successful, why do they need to take on the cost and of Vulcan and all the infrastructure that would come with that from ULA? However, maybe they would want to kind of milk the Vulcan and have it as their workhorse for the next few years until New Glenn is ready to fly on a good cadence.
Well, starting with the Blue Origin of it all, and then we'll come back to the other 2 prospective buyers. I suppose as New Glenn continues on its development, does it offer some benefit to Blue Origin to have two somewhat different styles of rockets. Obviously, with Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket, they're trying for a largely reusable rocket, similar to SpaceX, where they will be recovering the first stage booster. Stands in contrast to ULA's Vulcan rocket, where down the road, as Tori Bruno has said, based off of customer drive and interest, they will work towards the reusability capability for the BE4 engines, but reusing the full first stage is not in the cards right now and possibly ever. So does it offer some advantage from a development front to have potentially both of those under Blue Origin's purview, as well as to start bringing in some revenue if they were to acquire Blue Origin from those national security space launch missions, while you're potentially putting New Glenn into the pipeline on the Phase 3 contracts? You, in theory, could have two rockets under one roof, getting a lot of the share of these valuable defense contracts.
That's a good point, Will. I think that's a really astute observation in that the Vulcan, if Blue Origin was able to acquire ULA, the Vulcan would be instant revenue for them. And they don't have a lot of solid contracts with New Glenn yet. They're trying to get New Glenn to be one of to join the roster of launch providers that the Space Force uses for national security launch in this upcoming Phase 3 competition. But those launches don't start happening until like 2027, 2028. So that's a lot of deferred revenue they wouldn't get immediately. With Vulcan, they have contracts today. So that's a really interesting possibility for Blue Origin, and one reason they might be interested in acquiring ULA. We haven't heard a lot, interestingly. Well, maybe not that surprising, given Blue Origin's, they're typically pretty tight-lipped about what they're doing. But we haven't heard a lot, it's worth pointing out, from Blue Origin about this launch. And this is the first flight of their BE4 engine, which is going to be the workhorse, the power plant for the New Glenn rocket, their own rocket. And in my discussions with a couple of Blue Origin officials recently, they really view the launch of Vulcan with the two BE4s as one of the big risk retirees or risk retirement activities to reduce the schedule and technical risk for New Glenn.
So then, based on your reporting, why aren't we hearing from Blue Origin? I mean, really, you look at everyone from tip to tail on this rocket, from Beyond Gravity with the payload fairings from Northrop Grumman, with the solid rocket boosters. Obviously the customers that are on board this mission, certainly ULA, touting the significance of its rocket. Why wouldn't you have Jeff Bezos or Blue Origin or someone, in that pipeline say, hey, what's powering that? Our BE4 engines are powering that, built in Kent, Washington and tested in Texas and soon to be coming out of the new factory in Huntsville, Alabama. It seems like there's points of pride and we're just kind of hearing crickets, which seems odd.
That's I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I could say that's just the way Blue Origin's culture is historically. Also, if they're involved in any negotiation about purchasing ULA, maybe they don't want to say anything until that's complete. But it's noteworthy that this is the first flight of the BE4 engine, and they haven't said much recently about marking this moment, but their technical team does view this as one of the big events, right up there with rolling New Glenn to the pad for these ground tests that are coming up in the next few months potentially. This is one of those big moments for New Glenn, is to demonstrate the BE4 in flight for the first time.
Just want to note where we are in the count. We're at L-minus 25 minutes, 28 seconds and counting. That hold on the T-minus clock continues on, but we are, if all continues to move according to the timeline, less than 20 minutes away from that hold being lifted. And we do have an update on a weather front from ULA. They say that Launch Weather Officer Brian Belson says the observed weather and forecast are go for liftoff. From a weather perspective, just want to be explicitly clear on that. From a weather perspective, conditions are go for liftoff. As you take a look briefly at the satellite images of the clouds passing over the Florida Peninsula here. But certainly nothing preventative, it seems, at this time. Coming back to our conversation about the potential future for ULA, just taking a look at an update from ULA, things are continuing on. They're just noting that a series of weather balloons were launched throughout the countdown to collect weather data. This is standard procedure as they move through orbital launches for not just ULA, but other missions from the Eastern Range as well. We were talking about ULA's Vulcan rocket being the future of the company, being an instant revenue generator. Just pulling up some of the numbers we have from U.S. Space Systems Command for the Phase 2 launch contracts, and in total, ULA is looking at 26 missions out of a total of 48 that were awarded between both SpaceX and ULA, and ULA's cut of that pie is $3.116 billion. So, you know, there's a lot potentially for a prospective buyer to inherit if ULA does in fact go on the market and get bought up by one of these entities. Let's talk a little about some of the other two that you mentioned, the non-Blue Origin folks, as you mentioned, coming some a little bit out of the woodwork here. What would be the benefit based off of your colleague Eric Berger's reporting for one of these non-traditional space entities to come into this market and buy, you know, a name as critical as ULA?
I think a couple of thoughts on that. First of all, the revenue that we talked about, we're looking at the numbers right there, $3.116 billion in national security contracts. A similar figure, probably actually higher, with the contract for Amazon Kuiper with those launches. Amazon is investing in ULA to upgrade their launch facilities. That's an expense that ULA doesn't have to, or the current owners or potential future owners of ULA don't have to spend, because Amazon's paying for the capacity upgrades here at Cape Canaveral and at Decatur at the factory to churn out the Vulcan rockets at a higher rate. They want to get to 2 Vulcan rockets a month, launching by 2026, I think. So that's one reason. Space also has a certain cachet to it. There's a lot of prestige involved in space flight, space launch. So that's one attractive thing about a company like ULA. Another one would be in the eyes of ULA itself, having access to more capital, to more open checkbooks from ownership would also be very good for the future of ULA, because I think there are engineers and managers at ULA who would like to get to some of these evolved upgrades to Vulcan faster than maybe is currently in ULA's roadmap, such as engine reuse of the BE-4, and also an upgraded upper stage that ULA has been working on off and on for the 15 years now, called the ACES, the Advanced Cryogenic Stage, and that's kind of been shelved in the last few years because the ULA officials and their ownership at Boeing and Lockheed Martin wanted to focus on just getting the Vulcan flying and focus on getting this rocket into service. But that advanced upper stage, if it were able to come back into the development roadmap for ULA, would enable things like loitering of the upper stage in orbit for days or weeks, potentially even months, long-term storage of cryogenics in orbit, and that ultimately leads to things like propellant depots and refueling, things that a lot of other companies are talking about that ULA has the expertise to do. They just don't have the funding and free reign to do it from their ownership right now.
Well, and that brings up a really interesting point, and potentially another reason why Blue Origin may be interested in buying that. Of course, with its human-rated lunar lander that will be a part of the Artemis 5 mission, bringing astronauts down to the surface of the moon, they are going to be doing on-orbit refueling in partnership with Lockheed Martin, getting their liquid oxygen transport system out to meet Blue Origin's Blue Moon lander fuel the lander before it goes down for transport to the surface of the moon and then back up again. So potentially another source of synergy there if you bring those two, in further collaboration. That sense of, or that source of engineering prowess could be a real boon to, a company that has big lunar ambitions, and trying to tackle something that has been not proven out so far, but is something that both Blue Origin and SpaceX each are trying to do, that on-orbit propellant transfer, something that's a key line item for NASA's Artemis program to be successful just across the board, because those are the two landers and they both need to do it.
I think you're right, Will. A lot of talk, and since SpaceX has been reusing Falcon 9s on rocket reusability to making space more affordable and sustainable, spaceflight more sustainable. Equally important, I think, is this concept of refueling in space. And SpaceX is trying to do it. Blue Origin is trying to do it. ULA has been studying it and doing some initial development, actually longer than SpaceX and Blue Origin have, but they aren't moving it forward into reality right now. But I think ULA has certainly the expertise to play a big part in that as well.
Do you think, based off your reporting and just their approach to this, the reason is because, as I think Tori stated fairly recently, as they make changes to their launch capabilities and what they're able to do, they take a very customer-driven approach, and until there's a large enough customer demand for it, that's not something that they continue to invest in, and perhaps that's why it's not gotten quite as much prominence in development, or execution, I should say, not necessarily development. As you said, they've been, researching and looking into it for some time.
That could be one reason. Another one, George Sowers, who's now retired from ULA, he used to lead the advanced development at ULA in the very early stages of the Vulcan program, and even before then. He's a big proponent of propellant depots and refueling in space, and he mentioned that some of the work that ULA was doing on this that it involved similar work that I talked about earlier, this advanced cryogenic stage that could loiter in orbit for days, weeks, or even months with liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, to do a number of long-duration type missions that would be enabling to things like propellant depots or refueling. He has come out and said publicly that Boeing, which owns 50% of ULA, didn't like that. They didn't want ULA working on that because they were worried that things like in-space refueling would reduce the or negate their space launch system. Boeing is the prime contractor for the core stage of the space launch system. They're also working on the advanced, upgraded upper stage for the SLS, and they didn't want something ULA was doing that could, lead to a point in time where the SLS wasn't needed by NASA for the Artemis program.
Yeah. Certainly a lot of interested parties in seeing the SLS program continue. Of course, we're going to get into the stacking of the second SLS rocket in the early part of 2024, as the core stage is getting ready to be shipped up from the Michoud assembly facility down in Louisiana on its way over. We are coming into the final 15 minutes of the planned count. I want to thank Stephen Clark for joining us for a very robust conversation about Vulcan, Peregrine, the future of ULA, and much more. So, Stephen, thanks for being with us for part of this historic countdown. Glad to have you with us.
Thank you, Will. Good luck.
You as well. Look forward to seeing some of your photos later. as we turn our attention to the final minutes of the count, I've had a couple of questions from folks about the trajectory of this mission. We can go ahead and bring up the trajectory map here, talk a little bit about where it's going. Of course, the Vulcan rocket is currently sitting, as you see it in the live picture on the right-hand side of your screen, over at Space Launch Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. And it will be flying in an easterly trajectory away from the Cape today. So unlike the Starlink launch that we saw earlier today, which flew in a southeasterly trajectory heading toward the Bahamas. And just as a note, you see the smaller gray line beneath the red trajectory line for the Centaur upper stage. The Vulcan booster will be splashing down in the Atlantic Ocean following the launch of the Peregrine lunar lander. Coming up, L-minus 13 minutes, 17 seconds and counting. As we are getting closer to the historic first launch of the Vulcan rocket, I want to talk about the launch timeline in just a moment. Let's go ahead and quickly go through the launch timeline here. It starts a little bit before the T-minus 0 mark. Begins with BE4 ignition at T-minus 4.9 seconds. It's followed up by liftoff at T plus 1.1 seconds. At T point 7.9 seconds, the Vulcan rocket will begin the pitch/yaw maneuver. It's followed by the rocket reaching Mach 1 at T plus 1 minute 9.9 seconds. Then at T plus 1 minute 16.1 seconds, the vehicle will pass through max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. That's followed by the solid rocket booster jettison, SRB jettison at T plus 1 minute 50.3 seconds. Then at T plus 4 minutes 58.9 seconds, the booster engine cutoff, or BECO, will occur. It's followed at T plus 5 minutes and 5 seconds by booster Centaur separation. Then at T plus 5 minutes 14.9 seconds, the Centaur main engine start will begin, MES-1, when those two RL-10C 1-1A engines begin their first burn. The payload fairings will jettison at T plus 5 minutes 23 seconds. Then at T plus 15 minutes 45.4 seconds, the Centaur first main engine cutoff occurs. MECO 1 goes into its first coast phase until T plus 43 minutes 35.7 seconds, when the RL-10 engines reignite for a second burn. That burn concludes at T plus 47.37 seconds. Then at T plus 50 minutes 26 seconds will be the separation of the Peregrine lunar lander, sending it off on its nearly month-long journey heading to the moon. Then T plus 1 hour 18 minutes 23.9 seconds, the third burn of the Centaur engines will occur. And T plus 1 hour 5 minutes and 5 seconds will be the Centaur third main engine cutoff. And we're going to listen to the poll now.
Water.
Go.
Centaur systems. Propulsion.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Gas.
Go.
Electrical systems. Airborne.
Go.
Ground.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
GC cubed.
Go.
Operations support.
Go.
COM.
Go.
Umbilicals.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Red line monitor.
Go.
Quality.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Clear to proceed.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. ALC. Verify T0 is set for 071838 Zulu.
Verified.
ABE, issue MRTU sync pulse.
Roger.
And we're just listening into the poll of the launch team. And as you heard, they polled go for launch for the first flight of ULA's Vulcan rocket. The launch is set for liftoff at 2:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The start and first opportunity of 6 in a 45-minute window. Count and the hold will end at T-minus 7 minutes, coming up in just over a minute.
L-8 minutes.
Establish has gas. Has gas. Establish scan pattern 71.
Roger.
All steps complete prior to terminal count.
We're now at L-minus.
On my mark, the time will be T-minus 7 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark.
And you see the countdown has resumed. The
6:55.
L-minus clock
Pyros enabled.
and the T-minus clock have now resumed in sync as the liftoff of Vulcan for the very first time, now just a tantalizing little over 6.5 minutes away. As we approach the final minutes of the count, want to thank some folks for their support. Tammy James for gifting 20 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate the generosity, Tammy. And to our newest channel members, Jody Carnival for joining at the pad leader level, Michael McGrory for joining us at the spacecraft commander level, and Callistia Lee for upgrading her membership to launch director status. We are now at L-minus 6 minutes in sync with the T-minus countdown clock. T-minus 5 minutes, 53 seconds and counting.
5:51. Securing Centaur LO2.
Securing Centaur LH2.
We're now at L-minus 5 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. ULA says the Centaur 5 upper stage is performing its final configurations for launch as liquid
4:59.
hydrogen and liquid oxygen.
Vulcan LNG.
Securing Vulcan LO2.
Liquid hydrogen and oxygen replenishment from the ground systems to the rocket are being secured. They're topping off the methane and liquid oxygen on the Vulcan first stage. That topping off procedure wrapping up in anticipation of this launch. We're now at L minus 4 minutes, 27 seconds and counting. If you haven't already, as we are now less than 5 minutes away, please be sure to give this video or this live stream a like. It allows the YouTube algorithm to do its thing and more folks to find this coverage as we approach
Knowledge conditioning complete.
the historic first launch of ULA's Vulcan rocket.
$3:30.
Hydraulic to pre-launch.
Now T minus 3 minutes, 16 seconds and counting. We're now less than 3 minutes until the planned liftoff of the ULA's first Vulcan rocket.
2:49. FTS internal.
This also marks the beginning of the first voyage for the Peregrine lunar lander.
2:38.
We're now 2 minutes and 30
2:30.
seconds away from liftoff.
CLO2 PLP started.
Two minutes to go until
1:59.
planned liftoff.
Vehicle internal.
1:55. Launch sequencer start.
You hear all good callouts from ULA as we are now just a minute 45 away from the planned liftoff.
1:40. Launch enabled. 1:35. FCS arm.
Now T minus 1
1:20.
minute, 20 seconds and counting.
FCS count started.
We are approaching the final minute of the count before the planned liftoff of ULA's Vulcan rocket. Countdown continues
minute.
smoothly.
Rock, report range status.
Range green.
You hear a good call out that the range is green, meaning the eastern range, which oversees launch operations from here at the Cape,
45.
ready to
Vulcan
support
tanks at step 3.
as we are approaching the final 40 seconds before liftoff. Thirty seconds.
DE4 start box, go.
Status check.
20
Go
seconds.
Vulcan.
Go Centaur.
Go Peregrine.
15 seconds. And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. BE4 engine ignition
Release.
and liftoff for the very first time of United Launch Alliance's Vulcan rocket. Powered by 2 solid rocket boosters and a pair of BE-4 engines on that Vulcan first stage.
SRBs hitting peak pressure on the SRBs. Everything looking good.
Now 30 seconds into flight, let's listen to the rumble of the BE-4 engines igniting for the very first time, supporting the launch of a Vulcan rocket. We're now 50 seconds into flight.
Coming up on 60 seconds into the flight, everything looking good.
We're now a minute into flight.
SRBs.
We're approaching max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure, coming up in 10 seconds.
And we've hit our first throttle point on the BE-4s, everything looking good. And we passed through Mach 1, we're now supersonic, coming up on max Q. At max dynamic pressure, everything looking good. We're rolling off on the SRBs. And we have cutoff on the SRBs, coming up on jettison.
We're on a minute 30 into the mission.
30 seconds.
Solid rocket booster separation coming up momentarily.
15 seconds to SRB jet. BE-4s continue to operate nominally.
You hear the good call out that the BE-4s
Expected PU activity on the booster mains.
are burning as expected as we come up on 2 minutes into flight.
And we have separation of both SRBs. Everything looking good. BE-4s continue to operate normally.
And the 2 Northrop Grumman
Coming up on 2 minutes into the mission.
solid rocket
We are
boosters
now
have separated.
700 miles in altitude.
And without the solid rocket boosters, you really see the blue color of the Methalox that's powering those BE-4 engines.
And we see booster PU correcting towards a nominal MR. Everything looking good.
This tracking view from our friend Pete Carson's
Engines
now
continue to burn normally.
onboard cameras from the Vulcan first stage.
And we now weigh approximately half of our liftoff weight. Everything looking good.
Crossing 2.5 minutes into flight now.
And we fired the power valve, activating the reaction control system.
Next milestone coming up,
On the upper stage, pressures are rising.
booster engine cutoff. T
As
plus
expected.
4 minutes and
BE-4
58
continues
seconds.
to operate normally.
You hear that call out. The BE-4's first in-flight demonstration.
Vehicles continue to fly down the center of the range track. Everything looking good.
So far, so good.
33 miles in altitude, 52 miles downrange, traveling at 4,000 miles per hour.
We're now 3 minutes, 14 seconds into flight. Seeing that brilliant blue dot
See excellent performance out of the BE-4s.
of those
Chamber pressure nice and smooth.
BE-4 engines. This view coming from our tracking cameras here at the press site. This one being managed by our Adam Bernstein.
Vehicle steadily accelerating, a little over 2 Gs at this time. Good body rates. Nice and smooth operation of the booster.
This view from Pete Carson's.
47 miles in altitude, 95 miles downrange at 5,500 miles per hour.
We're now just about a minute away from booster engine
Engines
cutoff.
continue to burn normally. Everything looking good.
Eco coming up at T plus 4 minutes, 58.9 seconds.
And the vehicle now weighs 1/4 of its liftoff weight as we pass through the Kármán line. Next mark event we're looking for is boost phase chill down on the Centaur main engines.
And heard the call out that Vulcan has passed the Kármán line, and for the first time, a Vulcan rocket is now in space.
Booster mains continue to operate normally.
Now T plus 4 minutes, 34 seconds and counting. Less than 20 seconds away now from the booster engine cutoff.
And we've begun boost phase chill. Housing temps are dropping as expected.
Getting ready for the ignition of those RL-10C1-1A engines coming up shortly.
Coming up to the end of boost phase. Approximately 10 seconds to BECO. Throttle down in preparation for BECO. We've completed boost phase chill down. And we have cutoff.
And you hear and see a good cutoff of
Vulcan
Bico.
Centaur separation. We have Vulcan Centaur separation. Everything looking good. Coming up onto Centaur phase.
And from the view of those two RL-10C-1-1 engines as they ignite now for the first time on this flight.
Experiencing a bit of data loss here. We've recovered the data. It's like Centaur engines are up and running normally, good steady state pressure, and we've just jettisoned the payload fairing. 2 good brake wires.
And there you see the animation of the payload fairings falling away, simulating what we would be experiencing at this stage of the flight. You see the Peregrine lunar lander
levels on the Centaur mains.
now exposed to the vacuum of space for the first time.
Control on Centaur PU.
This flight, of course, also marking the first launch of the Centaur 5 upper stage.
And we are in the early phases of a 10.5-minute first burn of Centaur. Everything is looking good.
And some great call-outs so far.
We're going to close loop steering. And we're executing our thermal conditioning firings on the reaction control system, right as expected. And expect to go to closed loop control on Centaur PU inside of 40 seconds. Both Centaur engines continue to operate normally. And a preliminary check on booster performance indicates nominal performance of the booster. Centaur continues to operate nominally in this first burn.
And we heard that call out about the good performance of the first stage booster. First time a Vulcan booster has flown supporting a mission, and it appears at this level of assessment that it went picture perfect according to plan so far.
And we've done our roll to Tidris attitude.
As ULA said, coming into this mission, they will take about 60 days or so.
And just continue to burn normally.
To further review all the data coming out of this first launch and really get a full grasp of everything that was accomplished here as they look towards their second certification flight supporting the launch of Sierra Space's Dream Chaser spaceplane up to the International Space Station on a commercial resupply services mission.
And we're continuing to make a LOX correction on Centaur as expected.
We're now a little over 8 minutes into flight.
Coming up on 500 seconds into the mission. Everything's looking good. Continuing to burn Centaur.
The next milestone coming up is Centaur first main engine
Body
cutoff.
Right as expected. Steady acceleration, just under half a G. And we are now 235 miles in altitude, 836 miles downrange, traveling at 11,150 miles per hour.
MECO 1 coming up at T plus 15 minutes, 45.4 seconds, according to the planned timeline.
Continue to see nominal performance from Centaur.
Continue to see this animated simulation of what is happening in real time on the Centaur 5 upper stage. The two RL-10C 1-1A engines continue on their burn and will do so for the next several minutes here.
And approaching the halfway point of this first burn of Centaur, everything looks good.
Still a ways to go.
1,000 miles downrange, traveling at 11,500 miles per hour.
A ways to go before full success can be claimed on this first certification flight of Vulcan. But at this point in time, things seem to be going about as well as could be expected for ULA, kicking off a new era with its Vulcan rocket. As mentioned throughout the broadcast, Vulcan will supplant both the Atlas and Delta IV Heavy launch vehicles. The Delta IV Heavy has just one more flight.
And just passed through 600 seconds into the mission. Centaur continues to function normally.
One more flight of the Delta IV Heavy before it is taken out of service. As for the Atlas V rocket, there are 17 flights remaining on that launch vehicle. 8 that were purchased by Amazon supporting its Project Kuiper internet constellation.
And we'll continue to fly down the center of the range track. 1,230 miles downrange, 12,300 miles per hour.
Atlas also has 7 flights of the CST-100 Starliner spacecraft on behalf of Boeing.
Approaching our head-on gate in 30 seconds.
That is part of the Commercial Crew program. The first crew flight test is coming up no earlier than mid-April. And finally, Atlas is going to be launching one more national security space launch
Continuing to make a
mission.
LOX correction on Centaur as expected.
That is USSF 51. And Atlas also has one more commercial launch, the launch of a Viasat-3 satellite. We're now L plus 11 minutes, 44 seconds and counting into this first inaugural Vulcan mission. Again, the next milestone coming up is Centaur first.
Just past 700 seconds into the mission, continues
Main engine
to look
cutoff.
normal.
MECO,
Seeing expected PU activity.
MECO 1 at
Good steady state operating pressures on both Centaur main engines.
T plus 15 minutes,
Very
45
little reaction control system activity.
4 seconds.
Very little roll control being executed. Body rates are nice and smooth. 1,550 miles downrange, 13,400 miles per hour. And our trajectory continues to fly right down the nominal path. We are 1,688 miles downrange, just hitting 14,000 miles per hour. And we're starting to see effects of the PU correction. And very little RCS activity. Engines burning normally. Two minutes to MECO 1. Centaur continues to operate normally. The PU system is steadily making the correction down to a nominal MR. Two or 1 minute to MECO. Both engines firing normally. We are 2,200 miles downrange, 16,400 miles per hour, and Centaur is now orbital. Coming up on MECO 1. On to open loop control on MECO, we have cutoff. Both engines show normal shutdown signatures. We have settling established, 85% duty cycle. We are now in a 27-minute, 51-second coast duration to second burn of Centaur.
And as you heard there, we're now L plus 16 minutes, 23 seconds and counting in this first coast phase following MECO 1. Those two RL-10 C1-1A engines will...
During this coast phase, we have vented down the LH2 tank as expected.
They're set to begin their second burn at T+.
And we're seeing good storage, helium storage bottle pressures. Bus and battery voltages are looking good.
That second burn set to begin at T plus 43 minutes, 35.7 seconds. So, a decently long coast phase for this first chunk of the mission.
As we are entering to the proper attitude for this thermal conditioning roll.
No, L plus 19 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. As we continue on this coast phase, see the Centaur 5 upper stage making some slight adjustments there. View of the now empty pad from the perspective of the historic countdown clock here at the KSC press site as we cross the 20-minute threshold into this flight. As we mentioned with our launch photographers out in force tonight, want to highlight some of the photos that they've got coming into this photo from one of our photographers, Michael Kane, from the perspective of the press site, and you can just see the brilliant blue of those Methalox-fueled BE-4 engines at the base of the Vulcan booster stage. As the light interacts with the plume streaking down to Slick 41 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Outstanding photo here as we are continuing to process and gather the photos that were taken both from here at the press site. Also very much looking forward to seeing what they were able to capture from their cameras out at the pad, which will be collected in the not too distant future here. Look forward to sharing those with you. Again, if you're not already following them on X, we'll be posting launch photography there a little bit after the launch. See their handles here: Adam Bernstein at ABurnNYC and Michael Kane at MD Kane Jr.
And we've just passed through 24 minutes. Everything looks good. Vehicle systems are operating right as expected.
And crossing that 24.5-minute mark now. The coast phase of the Centaur 5 upper stage continues to move along nominally according to ULA. I want to thank a few folks for helping to support our live launch coverage this evening as we continue on with the activities with the Centaur 5. Trish MC, just a little before liftoff, with a very generous $50 super chat. Really appreciate that, Trish. Who says, wow, great to be witnessing history. Thanks again to the Spaceflight Now team for a great job bringing this broadcast to us. Really appreciate that, Trish, and thanks for helping to support it and make it possible. Thanks to new channel member Russ Dietz with a $10 super chat saying, go Vulcan. Thank you so much, Russ. John Bobbitt with a $5 super chat saying, thanks for staying up for this one. Great coverage as always. Well, thank you, John. It was certainly one for the history books, I'll tell you that. Callistia Lee gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that generosity, Callistia. Thank you so much. And for those who got channel membership, thanks to Callistia, be sure to thank her in the live chat if you haven't already. We're hearing some rumblings.
Passing through 26 minutes into the mission, everything looks good. We got good tank pressures. Big pressure is right where we expect it to be. Seeing good bottle pressure. Electrical system looking good. And RCS activity right as expected. The only vehicle maneuver going on is a PTC roll. And we expect to hold this status for another 4 minutes.
Hear those good call-outs from ULA. Channel member Mel Roberts Harold with a $2 super chat.
Yeah, we're expecting in a little over 3 minutes to do a PTC roll reversal. 6 minutes after that, we'll be turning to our MES 2 attitude.
She says, let's not forget our U.S. Space Force. And yes, with these first 2 certification missions for ULA with the Vulcan rocket, ULA is working towards being able to launch national security space launch missions on behalf of government customers like the U.S. Space Force and the National Reconnaissance Office. And it is well on their way to completing the certification mission 1 here. Still a little ways to go before the deployment of the Peregrine spacecraft, and then continuing on with the Celestis Enterprise memorial flight onto a heliocentric orbit. T plus 28 minutes, 5 seconds and counting. Want to bring in another photo from one of our great launch photographers. This from our Adam Bernstein, moments after liftoff. And you can see the powerful interaction of the solid rocket boosters combining with the Methalox-fueled BE-4 engines in the center of that plume. Great photo as the Vulcan rocket was just clearing the tower and the lightning protection towers that surround it.
20.5 minutes into the mission, everything looks good.
Great snapshot of a key moment in the history of United Launch Alliance and for the U.S. space program as the first commercial lunar lander from the U.S. to launch as part of the CLIPS program is in the first part of beginning its journey to the moon.
Passing through 30 minutes into the mission, everything looking good. Good bus and battery voltages. Helium system looks good. Tank pressures look good. Seeing expected vehicle rates. And we're being to execute a PTC roll reversal, right as expected.
T plus 30 minutes, 39 seconds, and counting into flight. Things continue to move nominally for this mission and the Centaur 5 upper stage. If you haven't already, really appreciate all of you who have been joining us throughout the coverage up to this point. If you haven't already subscribed to Spaceflight Now's
Coming up on
YouTube
31 minutes in, we've completed our roll reversal on the PTC roll. All systems nominal.
If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, we encourage you to do so and click the notification bell button. That way you get alerted for all the times that we post new videos here to the channel, as well as for whenever we go live. We're on the cusp of tipping over 142,000 subscribers, less than 100 away, so I think we can manage that by the time we close out this live stream tonight. We appreciate all of you that are joining us by being subscribers. It's quick, easy, free, and a great way to support what we do here at Spaceflight Now. So thanks for the consideration. And thanks to Callistia Lee, one of our channel members, with another $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Callistia, who says, thanks as always for the amazing coverage and information. Till next time, Spaceflight Now team. Glad to have you with us this evening / very early morning, Callistia. I know it's getting late for some folks, but we appreciate all of you that are still able to hang with us as we continue our live coverage of the inaugural launch of the Vulcan rocket, still being powered by the Centaur 5 upper stage and its two RL-10C1-1A engines. We're now a little less than 20 minutes away from Peregrine separation and the beginning of the journey for that lunar lander heading to the moon for the very first time on behalf of its owner company, Astrobotic, based in the Steel City of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, we're now past 33 minutes into the mission. No change in status, everything looking good. Passing through 35 minutes into the mission. Everything looking good. Expect to begin our turn to our MES 2 attitude in approximately 1 minute. Vehicle systems look good. We started our turn to S2 attitude. Seeing our pitch and yaw rates creep up as we reorient. And we'll be de-spinning from the PTC roll in about 30 seconds. And we are de-spinning from our PTC roll, approaching 0 degrees per second in roll. Continue to reorient and pitch and yaw. And shortly we will be executing another roll maneuver to get to our solar vector. And we've started that maneuver. Vehicles continue to maneuver as expected. All other systems operating nominally. And we're about 39.5 minutes in. Approximately 2 minutes, we'll be completing our turn to S2 attitude. Vehicle rates are right as expected for this phase of flight. Other systems look good, good bus battery voltages, and vehicle pressure is also right as expected. And we're nulling up from our turn to S2 attitude, right as expected. And approximately 3 minutes to S2. And we've now completed our maneuvering to S2 attitude. Everything looks good. 2 minutes to mess 2. We'll be starting our pre-mess sequence shortly. That involves pressurizing the propellant tanks and chilling down the main engines. Following that, we will light both mains again for a nominal 4-minute, 1-second burn.
We're now L plus 42 minutes, 14 seconds and counting. As you heard that call out from ULA, we are coming up on the second burn of the two RL-10 1-1A engines on the Centaur 5 upper stage.
And we've begun pressurizing the propellant tanks in preparation for second burn.
That burn lasting just over, hair over 4 minutes for the second
Coming up on LH2 pre-start.
Centaur main engine cutoff, MECO 2, at about T plus 47 minutes, 37 seconds.
LH2 pre-start. And PU's valve has changed to the start position, everything looking good. About 15 seconds to mess. We have ignition, full thrust, 2 good engines. Everything looking good.
You hear that good call out? You see on the...
And we're seeing good steady state pressure levels. We've gone to closed loop on PU. Again, we're in the middle of a 4-minute second burn of Centaur. We got thermal conditioning firings happening on the reaction control system. We have Centaur PU controlling on a nominal MR, seeing expected activity in the PU valves, and both engines are reacting as expected to the change in mixture ratio.
In the midst of a good burn on the Centaur 5 upper stage, powered by the two RL-10C 1-1A engines.
You can see a good second burn. Making a LOX correction at this time.
Crossing 45 minutes into this flight. We are now just about 5 minutes away from the planned point at which Peregrine separation will take place.
Vehicle's functioning normally. Both engines have good steady state operating pressures.
We'll see if
We need to make a LOX correction on PU.
ULA is bringing us live onboard camera views of the Peregrine lunar lander once it separates from the Centaur upper stage. We will have to watch and wait and see together.
Just outside of 2 minutes to MECO 2. 2 good engines. Electrical system looks good. Virtually no roll controls being needed. All we're seeing is the expected thermal conditioning firings.
As we approach the end of this burn, I want to thank a couple more folks for their support of our live coverage this evening. To Breakout Hall for a $2 super chat, as well as another $2 super chat from Peppa. Thanks to you both. And thank you to TML for joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level. Really appreciate the support. Welcome aboard. Now 46.5 minutes into flight. Less than a minute at this point, thereabouts, until the end of this current burn.
Coming up on 1 minute to a nominal MECO 2. And both engines show good steady state pressures. .30 seconds to nominal MECO. .20 seconds. And we're going to open loop on PU. Coming up on cutoff. We have cutoff. Everything is looking good. And we are now in a 2 minute 49-second coast phase of spacecraft separation. We've got full settling going after MECO. And we're reorienting to spacecraft SEP attitude.
And we are just about on the cusp of the Peregrine lunar lander beginning its solo venture as it journeys to the moon. Spacecraft separation coming up at about T plus 50 minutes, 26 seconds.
And continuing to maneuver to our MES-2 attitude. And we're inside a minute and a half to spacecraft separation. Body rates are nulling out.
And T plus 49 minutes, 30 seconds and counting.
And this mission does call for a roll spin for spacecraft separation of 0.5 degree per second.
As we are coming up on
We'll be
spacecraft
starting
separation.
that maneuver shortly.
The Centaur 5 upper stage is currently over the Indian Ocean, getting ready to send Peregrine on its way.
And we've begun our spin up to 0.5 degree per second in preparation for spacecraft separation. 5 seconds to spacecraft sep. We have spacecraft separation. Right on time. We are spinning down. And we are now in a 28-minute coast period, the third burn of Centaur.
Vulcan rocket just delivered
Let's
its
listen
first
to some
payload
comments
to orbit.
from ULA
How are you
President.
feeling?
We're now
CEO
rolling
Tori
to
Yee.
our T just pointing.
I am so thrilled. I can't tell you how much.
Absolutely. And again, we're not completely done with the mission here today. Is there anything else that you want to share with the audience?
I am so proud of this team. Oh my gosh, this has been years of hard work. So far, this has been an absolutely beautiful mission back to the moon and off to our next burn, where we will do our final payload deployment to that heliocentric orbit for the memorial. Our team has done such a good job. Bravo, Zulu to everyone. This is it's hard to describe.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel that too. So again, thank you so much for joining us on our show. Congratulations, and we'll let you get back to finish the rest of the mission.
Congratulations to you. Give me a hug. All right.
Reactor control system activity is minimal. And continuing on to our coast phase, passing through 56 minutes into the mission, everything looks good. We've completed a vent down of our LH2 tank. Storage bottle pressures look good, reg out pressures look good, plus battery voltages look good.
Broadcast, this is Mission Control Flight Director announcement. Repeat, broadcast, this is Mission Control Flight Director with an announcement. The mission team is still waiting for communications with Peregrine with earliest AOS at 080905 UTC in approximate 2.5 minutes. To repeat, the mission team is still waiting for communication with Peregrine with the earliest AOS expected at 080905 UTC.
Now T plus 57 minutes, 17 seconds, and counting into the flight.
Correction, earliest AOS at 0818 UTC. Earliest AOS at 0818 UTC.
Coming up in about 2 minutes, the Astrobotic flight team up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is expecting to get first acquisition of signal with the Peregrine lunar lander. A critical moment for the Astrobotic team. So we're now approaching 58 minutes into flight. About 8 minutes after spacecraft separation. Taking a look there at the Flight Control Center at Astrobotic's headquarters in Pittsburgh.
Broadcast, Mission Control Flight Director announcement. I repeat, broadcast, Mission Control Flight Director announcement. At this time, Astrobotic has confirmed that we have established communications with Peregrine and we are now receiving live telemetry. I repeat, we have just established communications with DSN and can confirm that we are receiving telemetry from the satellite.
And a great confirmation for the Peregrine team with Astrobotic. They have made connection with the lunar lander as it continues on its solo venture heading to the moon now. Good telemetry data now coming into the Astrobotic Mission Control Center up in Pittsburgh. On board 20 payloads for customers from around the world, hanging their hopes on the flight of this Peregrine lunar lander, set to touch down on the moon's surface on February 23rd. Now 59 minutes, 55 seconds into the flight, the inaugural launch of ULA's Vulcan rocket, now crossing the hour mark. Coming up at T plus 1 hour, 18 minutes, 23.9 seconds will be the third and final burn of the two RL-10C 1-1A engines on the Centaur 5 upper stage. Just a quick 20-second burn. The last big dynamic maneuver for this inaugural flight of Vulcan. Now T plus 1 hour, 8 minutes, 20 seconds into flight. The last big milestones coming up is the third main engine start on the Centaur upper stage. We're going to go ahead and close things out as we've heard that acquisition of telemetry on Peregrine was acquired by the Astrobotic team. So things are continuing to move along well. We'll continue to keep our eyes on the Peregrine mission as it gets closer to its goal of having a soft landing on the moon late next month on February 23rd. I'll be sure to have good coverage leading up to that potentially historic milestone as well. We want to thank all of you who have been with us for a very long but eventful, historic first flight of the Vulcan rocket, first mission for Astrobotic's Peregrine lunar lander. I want to thank Marcus Gallegos for gifting a Spaceflight Now membership. Russ Dietz for a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Russ, saying go Peregrine. Papa with another $2 super chat, simply saying yeehaw. And one of our other channel members, Josh King, with a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you, Josh. Saying great launch tonight. Love the blue color of the engines after SRB separation. Yes, indeed. This will be a new hallmark of ULA launches now that Vulcan has entered onto the scene. And with that, we want to thank all the folks that helped make the launch coverage tonight possible. All of the wonderful moderators in the live chat who have been working hard to make sure everyone's able to have great and productive conversations in and around this launch tonight. Our thanks to Pete Carsons with Max Q Productions and Chuck Briggs for helping to provide tracking views on the Vulcan rocket as it ascended from Space Launch Complex 41. Our launch photographers Adam Bernstein and Michael Cain, who are busy out right now going to retrieve their remote cameras from around the pad, and we look forward to seeing what they come up with from the press or from the pad there. Again, if you're not already following them, these are their handles on X, so you can see the photos that they come up with following this and other future launches as well. Closing out briefly, as we do with all of our mission launches, want to just take a quick look at some of the launch mission stats coming out of this. As ULA noted, this was the 110th flight from Slick 41. That we This was the third orbital flight from Florida in 2024. Vulcan launch marked the fourth orbital launch from U.S. soil this year, the fourth from a U.S. company in 2024, and the sixth orbital launch globally in calendar year 2024. And with that, we're going to go ahead and call it a night. It is 3:30 in the morning, and I think it's a good time to close out what has been a very busy saga of launch coverage between the Starlink Falcon 9 mission earlier and now a successful Vulcan flight heading off a new era for ULA. So our thanks to our editor, Stephen Young, for running the technical aspects of this broadcast and managing Spaceflight Now for going on 25 years. I'm Will Robinson Smith. For all of us here at Spaceflight Now, we want to thank you so much for being a part of this historic launch. Of course, as always, be good to yourself, be good to others, and we will see you next time. Good night.